and welcome to Sewing Street. Gosh, I'm looking a bit green today. It's because it's spring, isn't it? In fact, I think I look a bit more, just looking on there, I look a bit vibrantly green. Anyway, welcome to Sewing Street. Hope your day is going as well as mine because the sun is shining. A little bit chilly, but very nice. So I just turned my volume down. They're shouting at me. That's better. Anyway, we've got a great day coming up for you today. We have got all sorts. We've got charm squares, we've got kits, we've got number 3 sampler quilt block of the month for all of you who are collecting it, bag things, and it's just me. I'm on my own today. So please message me in. I've got my Facebook sorted out now. I've got Levi to do that. So do message me in, either on the Facebook or to the email. Tell me what you're up to today. We could continue the toilet roll debate. Loving that one. Thank you, all of you, for your photos that you've sent me of your toilet roll. Still not convinced. Oh, yeah, Ben's going, what is this? What is this? The great toilet roll debate. Is it a beard? And what's the other one? Or is it a mullet? There's the question. I'm a mullet man. I'm a mullet man. I even took a photo and put it on. So thank you for joining in that. I'll think of a new debate for today. Anyway, let's start off with our early bird before we do anything else so that we can save yourself some money first thing in the morning. So the early bird this morning is the So Organised Stash and Store. This is it. Look at that. So you can put all sorts of things in here because it's got like a rubbery top with lots of little grooves and holes. So you can put your scissors in it, needles. There's the picture on here. They've got like fabric clips. They've got seam rippers, all sorts. So you put this on your work surface and then you can just put all those little bits and pieces. You know the ones that all roll off the table? This always happens to me when I'm cutting fabric out and I've got on the edge of my table, I've got my scissors and my seam ripper, my thread. It all rolls off. But you put it all in here. Now, the normal price for this is £9.99, but not today because it's our early bird. £5.99. £5.99. Now, it comes in 3 colours of pink, green or purple. Let me just show you the box so you can see that those are the, oh, there we go. Those are the 3 colours that it will come in. I've got the pink one here, so it will you will just have a random one. It's a really, really useful accessory because you can put all sorts of things in there. So you can put your scissors, your fabric clips, all your little bits and pieces. Just keeps your sewing room tidy. You could use it in the bathroom. You could put all your makeup brushes in. Oh, look, Ben's bought me some equipment. Thank you very much.
This one will work.
Well, we'll give it a go. So look, you can put your pen. Does that work? I think that might be a bit big. I think it's for little.
You've just got to force it. It'll go in.
There we go. Look at that.
Like a glove.
Look at that. So you can put all your bits and pieces in there. But you imagine like on your windowsill in the bathroom, you could have all your toothbrushes. Actually, that'd be quite cool, wouldn't it? Because it's plastic, you could easily wash it. You could have all your toothbrushes. You could have all your makeup brushes, obviously for your sewing room. But at that price, £5.99, you could get a few, couldn't you? Actually, wouldn't that be great for your toothbrushes? Because it's silicone in the top, so everything fits in, and then plastic in the bottom. You could easily wash it as well. It'd be fabulous, wouldn't it? £5.99, so you're saving yourself £4. Now, you might get a pink one, you might get a green one, you might get a purple one. I'm amazed you got the whole rotary cutter in there. But see, look, it's because it's got all these sort of like segmenty bits. So, and because it's silicone, it all bends, so you can get loads of different things in. I mean, like, you know, you think of all those pens that you have, and they're really easy to put a hand. So I would put up my seam ripper in there. I put my scissors and my friction pens. And my big scissors and my little scissors. Be so easy to clean up. Or if you're like me, you do a lot of your prep on your ironing board, you could have one of these, because I always have on the side of my ironing board all my pen and my scissors and my friction pen and my pins. I could have it all in there instead. Easy then to carry around. That's brilliant. So what is your most reached for tool? I'm going friction pen, actually, because I use it for marking everything. I'm always putting marks on things and measuring hem allowances and labelling things with it. But then I have different pens. I've got my chalk pen from using dark fabrics, several pairs of small scissors so that I always snip off my ends as I go along. But that's brilliant, isn't it? Cal says, morning, Rebecca. I bought a couple of these last time. I have one by my sewing machine and one in my greenhouse to hold my pencils. Brilliant idea. Yes, so you know, like on your kitchen work surface where you have like pens and pencils and scissors, be brilliant for that. You could have it on your the windowsill in your kitchen, couldn't you? All the different things you could put in it. Greenhouse, that's a great idea. You can get absolutely loads in because you can get them really close. This is the lowest ever price that we've had this item at. £5.99. So you're saving yourself £4. That's almost your P&P done. And you will either get a pink one, a green one, or a purple one. Fran says, might be Facebook, but the talkback seems to be audible. Oh, does that mean inaudible? Oh, there must be a problem then. Do check out on this. We've got absolutely loads of you who've got this in your baskets. Save yourself £4. That is almost your P&P done, isn't it? I'd buy a few of these. These would make great gifts, wouldn't they? You could even, like for children, you could buy them a set of colouring pencils and put them all in them. But I am thinking, because it's nice and slim as well, it would sit like on the back of your sink for your toothbrushes. You'd even get, because you can get that rotary cutter in, you would get an electric toothbrush in there as well, and you could have the spare heads and your toothpaste. I mean, obviously, we're selling them, it's called a sew organiser, we're selling them for your sewing tools, but I'm thinking there's loads of different things. If you've got one of these, or you've bought one, let me know what you're going to do with it, because I think it's all the different ideas that you think, oh yeah, that's a really good idea, I think of things I could put in that, because it will, you know, the fact that it will fit little pencils, as well as the big tools as well, it's amazing. Loads and loads of you have got it in your basket. Is anyone having an issue checking out? Because we've got a problem, we seem to have way too many in baskets that we would normally do. More people would have checked out by now. So could you let me know if you've got a problem checking out? Either you can do that on the Facebook. Weird request from Ben. Let me hear what it is first before I say it out loud. It'll be like, can you bring him a Greg's coffee or something? Yes. Our television in reception, yes. It's sounding really bad at the moment, and Ben wants to know, is it our television or is it just in general? How is the sound? Can you let me know if you've got problems checking out, and is our television broken, or is it everybody's? It's always really useful if you do let us know things like that, because then we can either reassure you that it's just yours or reassure you that it's everybody's. But it'd be really useful. Right, whilst you're checking out, let's have a look at the website. So there's two ways to shop. You can either do that on the phone by calling 0800 001 4433. That's a UK call centre, so it's free. Great place to check out because you can ask some questions about different codes, but also if you want to speak to a real person. The other way is to do it online, sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live, and if you scroll down from there, coming up on today's show. So the first hour is all about charm squares. I love a charm square. As you can tell, because I've written loads of different instructions from quilts to bags to wall hangings for charm squares. So what we've done is we've put together the charm square adoration hour. It's not actually called that. That's just what I've called it. Julianne says, good morning. Nope, sound is okay. Oh, there we go. And Jan and Donna say good morning, Rebecca, and everybody. Nice to see you here this morning. But Julianne says the sound's okay, so obviously our television's broken. There's all the different charm squares, so I'm going to go through those. And I've got various sets of instructions as well. So if you love charm squares, you can buy all different sorts here. And also, I will show you some instructions as well of things that you can do with your charm squares. Because I know we buy them thinking, oh, I love those, and then wonder what to do with them. There they all are. Sausage dogs, June flowers, even a bit of John Scott in there. Not actually John Scott, but his India mandala. Right, so that's how to shop. Let's have a look at the menu. So 8 o'clock is called Utterly Charming. Yeah, the Charm Square Adoration Hour, otherwise known as Utterly Charming. 9 o'clock, it's bag making fabrics and accessories. Now, this is a brilliant hour because they put together loads of tapestry fabrics and plain canvases for making your bags. Then all sorts of accessories, including some really cool webbing for bags. So you don't need to make your bag strap yourself. so webbing for bags, and feet and D-rings and all sorts, Debbie Shaw's bag, hardware instructions, all sorts. If you love bag making, you'll be able to pick up yourself some very specialist accessories that aren't that easy to find in other places, but we spend a lot of time sourcing them, so it's all there. 10 o'clock, it's part 3 of the Amber Makes the Sampler Quilt. Now, I know loads of you are collecting this, but I've also had a lot of messages from you saying, have you sold out? Can I get part 1? Can I get part 2? Well, they are back in stock. We've had them printed. They're back in stock today. They are on the website now. So if you want to get involved, there are 12 parts to the block of the month, one every month. You make 3 blocks every month. Then in total, so we've already sold over 50 of the new ones, both of the new ones, and the first 2 are going as well. So if you want to get those, you make 3 blocks a month. In total, you'll have 36 blocks at the end of the year, and you can make a choice. The 2 fabulous quilts, either the China Blues collection, which is the one that's in the picture here, or you can have the Country Garden collection, which is all the sort of the pretty prints. The blocks are the same. It's just you need to choose what print. Or as some of you have messaged me in, you're mixing them together. So Fran says, the Facebook sound isn't good, but the TV's okay. I've also, by popular demand, because I do listen, lots of you have said, can you design a block keeper to keep all my blocks in? So what I've done is I've designed a block keeper, this is it here, and it's just instructions. So if you want to make it the same as mine, we do have the charm square panels, which feature blocks from the first 3 months, or any charm squares. You can use whatever you like. Use your own fabric, your own charm squares, cut your own fabric into 5-inch squares. And I've got the instructions here. It will fit all of your blocks in, and your instructions that you have your blocks, you can keep them all in one place. So I'll be showing you that at 10 o'clock. But they are all for sale now. So if you want to get ahead and you don't want to miss out, I'll be showing you at 10, but they are available on pre-order. Then at 11 o'clock, it's Amber Makes kits. We've got all sorts. We've got loads of velvet kits. We've got some of the sling bags. We've got some kits going back to our first sewing block of the month, the most popular ones there. All sorts, notebooks, everything. So that's all at 11 o'clock. Then 12 o'clock, quilting tools. I'm loving this hour. There's all sorts there. It's like a little quilting shop on a trolley. We've got absolutely loads. We've gone across the board with small quilting tools, big quilting tools, all sorts. So that's your day. Very exciting. Let's start with some charm squares then. Let's do flowers because it feels like a flowery sort of day. So these were the charm squares we created for the flower shop. But what I love about these is you've got different flowers for each month. So they haven't got now they've got the months printed on, so if you wanted to use them with the month, maybe make them into something or send them as a card, you've got them. But they are the flowers for each month. So you've got January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So those are the flowers that are in vases. Then you've got the same flowers but as bouquets. Then you've got the flowers in vases again. So there's 40 charm squares on here. They're all 5 inches square. Pardon? Yes, yeah. So those are all of them, and you also get 2 gift tags on there as well. We've only got 10 of these left though, so if you want to get these, they look really good. You can make them into a mini quilt. You can use them to make some cushions and bags, all sorts. Again, I have got some examples here of things that we've done with charm squares that I can show you, but those are the flower shop ones. So they'd be really good to keep by the panel, and when it's someone's birthday, cut out the flower of that month. You could then put the date, the month on there, and sew it to a card and send it out. Right, what shall we do next? Shall I just go through them randomly? Grab them. Right, how about some mandala? So this was inspired, this code is WRUU71. This was inspired by John. We did a show for John's birthday, so I keep losing my sound. We did a show for John's birthday. We know he loves all things Indian. This was last year, Indian and Indian mandalas. I keep losing my sound. Oh dear, I don't know what I'm doing. It's very quiet. So these are designs inspired by John's love of Indian things. So all Indian mandalas, we've got orange, teals, pinks. Again, you've got 40 charm squares here. Aren't they beautiful? These would make a really nice infinity scarf. Denise says, morning, Rebecca, we're going to have a fun day. Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. We'll try. Let's have a fun day. We'll try anyway. If you keep messaging me in, it'll make it more fun, because I am on my own today. Except for Ben and Ollie and Levi, other than that, you know. That's that one. Isn't it lovely? But an infinity scarf, that's what I would do with these. Beautiful, beautiful. It's all right at the moment. I think it's my wires. Right, what's this one? Ooh, this one's nice. Now, this is, I think, this is Delphine's, isn't it? Look at these charm squares. Shall I give you the code for this one? XJUU48. So this was the one that Delphine designed for the Festival of Quilts 2022. I love this. So if you love Delphine's designs, this is brilliant, because this features many of her original illustrations. We've got the fox, we've got the Highland cow, we've got the rabbit, all the flowers. I love these tie-dye ones. So a lot of these she uses in her applique. So if you love Delphine's applique, if you've got some of her patterns, these are absolutely ideal, because you can cut all the pieces out. Brilliant for FPP. But actually each image on its own is lovely. So you could use these singly, you could frame them, you could take the other blocks and use them as like patchwork to go around the edges to make them into sashing. Look at the colours, it's really vibrant, pinks and purples, and you could even take a little one and just embroider it and put it into a frame. You've got a lot of value in there. $14.99 for 40 charm squares. Lot of value, isn't it? Love the look at the Highland cow. He's gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, what's the next one? Oh, this one's pretty. ZVUU90. So this one is the Crafty Witch's Sweet Bouquet. Perfect for this time of year. So we've got wisteria, we've got spots, checks, beautiful floral displays. And I like the fact it's got some sort of geometrics and spots and stripes in it as well, because you can really use it to balance the designs. You know, if you were going to make a cushion from these, you could take one of these and then put some of the more geometric prints around the edge of it. Or, you know, just like this square here, this square of 9, where you've got a mixture of them. I think that's gorgeous. Single figures on this one. Beautiful. Love that one. The colours are really good for that one as well, because you've got the pinks and the purples, but they blend beautifully, and even the sort of the neutral check goes really well with some of the sort of the antique colours in these flowers. Right, I'll leave you with that one. This one is, oh, the flower shop. So this is November flowers, which were these sort of chrysanthemums. So I know it's November, but it's very orangey, isn't it? So we've got a beautiful basket of chrysanthemums. So if you love a chrysanthemum, ideal. And then you've got stripes, you've got spots with the flowers on, you've got some with big, big blooms on them. And I do like the stripes go really well with these prints as well, don't they? That would make a nice bag, nice and bright, wouldn't it? If you wanted to make like a drawstring bag to keep all your sewing equipment in, or maybe you wanted to make a bag to take your sewing supplies out with you, it'd be nice and bright. I mean, and with a panel this size, you could make yourself a really big bag as well. You could just keep them on here, put some wadding behind and quilt along the lines. You could use one half for one side of the bag and one for the other, and you've got a really bright, be really good for the garden, because it's just so bright and cheerful. Morning, Rebecca. I love all these charm squares. Can't make up my mind, so I've had to buy a few. Thanks for bringing some lovely colour to my day. Oh, thank you, Susan. We like a bit of colour. I mean, how much do you normally pay for a charm pack? It's not $14.99, more than that. But because we've printed them, you see, we can bring them you at a great price. So that's a nice bright orange for November. I'm going to give you January now, because this was snowdrops. So I know we're gone January, but I love the gentle greens in this. So we've got the displays of sunflowers in a vase. We've got the bouquets, but then the prints that go with it, you've got like the small snowdrop print, the bigger one. You've got the stripes, which are a bit like rick-rack. And they all complement it beautifully. And then across the top, you've got a row of vases of snowdrops. You could use that for like a bag strap or a handle. I mean, you don't have to use it in January. We put January on it because it was part of the flower shop. But if you love snowdrops, that's lovely, isn't it? Conservatory cushions would be nice. But you think of all the instructions that you've got for charm squares. We've got a few here for you, which I will show you in a moment. Which one should we? Oh, Morris Makes. If you love William Morris, ideal. So what we've done with this one is that we've put them all in little frames, so they really do work individually. So you've got these frames, and then you've got the Strawberry Thief, you've got some Willow Bough, but they look beautiful. You could put these, and because they've got plain fabric around the edge, if you picked up a navy blue or a mid blue, you could cut these apart, put the sashing between them, and then you've got quite a decent sized quilt. If you bought a couple of these, and then you bought some copen or navy and put the sashing between them, you could make quite a big size quilt. Or even if you bought some, if you've got any of the William Morris prints, you could use those. It doesn't have to be, but then a plain looks really nice. You've got a willow bough across the top, so use that like as a handle or as a strap. And you've got some, most of them have got the navy, you've got a few have got that sort of lovely ochre colour around it. But they are all like individually framed. Or if you wanted some mini pictures on your walls, just frame them. What I would do is I would put a little piece of wadding behind and then put them in your frame. It will give it a little bit of padding. And then you've got all these pictures. You could have loads of them, couldn't you? You know, you have like lots of like miniature, like little icons on the wall. But you've got 40 here. So whether they're cushions, maybe a long bolster cushion for your sofa, it looked quite nice as a rectangular cushion on the sofa. I would go sort of 5 by 3, I think, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be quite nice. I mean, you think how much it would cost to get a William Morris print framed, or you could cut 4 of them and then just place them in a frame. If you wanted to put them in a frame so that they were nice and stiff, you could iron some fusible fleece like H640 on the back, or just some heavyweight interfacing. If you did that, ironed it onto the back so it was nice and solid, cut it out and just pop it into a frame, then you've got a William Morris print on the wall. So you've got loads of them, but I mean, a quilt would be amazing, and what an easy quilt to make. Just get some, I think, copen or slate would look nice, because the slate, Rose and Hubble slate, is quite a bluey grey, and use that as sashing. If you put some sashing, maybe 2-inch wide sashing between, you get quite a big quilt. But you'd need obviously more than one of them, but that price, very reasonable, isn't it? Right, sausage dogs. Morris Makes sausage dogs. Now, every time we sell these, they always sell out. So these are Amy's beautiful illustrations of a sausage dog in reds, blues and whites. You can look at his little face, just looking at you. And there he is with his lead. You've got him on a spotty background. You've got some, well, plain but non-sausage dog, but with the spots so that you can use them around them. Maybe you're making a little dog walking bag, you know, to put all your little poo bags in and your treats and your leads and your mobile phone. It'd be ideal for that. In fact, I would just use 4 of them. So you could take the 4 you like for the front of the bag, and then put 4 on the back of the bag and just put a zip across, and you could then join some of them. You could even take the spotty ones out, because there's red ones and blue ones. Join them together in a line and they could be the straps. Maybe you know somebody who loves sausage dogs. It's got gift tags on there. You've got a line of sausage dogs. That could be the strap for your bag. Again, how about you could make your sausage dog a little quilt to put in his bed? Or if maybe you know somebody's got a sausage dog, make them a little tote bag. See, a sausage dog tote, I would go 3 by 3, or maybe 3 by 4. Either cut them out and join them together, or leave them as they are. Very simple tote bag. If you wanted to give it a box bottom, put some of the spotty ones across the bottom and then cut the corners out to box it. They're just gorgeous, aren't they? I like this one. I love his little face there. It looks really cute, doesn't it? Look at his little face. So that's all the sausage dogs. All the sausage dogs you'll ever need. All the sausage dogs in the world. What have we got next? This one, we are going real random mixture here, aren't we? Debbie Moore Designs. We've got everybody. Love that one. So some of these, they're all floral. It's called vintage floral, but like this one has got text along it. This one's got like sort of old, like looks like love letters, doesn't it? You've got butterflies, you've got blooms. Beautiful, beautiful coordinating purples and greens. It's beautiful, isn't it? And it's great. I love that one where you've got a green rose. But it is real sort of like a bit like scrapbooking, isn't it? But if you love purple and green, it would make a nice quilt, wouldn't it? And remember, these are really good if you just want to make a very quick lap quilt or throw. And if you wanted to make a lap quilt for somebody in a hurry, you just get some fleece, join all of these together to make the size you want. So you might need to buy more than one. And get some fleece and put that on the back and quilt it. And then you've got a really pretty but soft and easy finish one. What shall we do next? Have I got the bag here? Yes. So I'm going to show you this one, the Groceries Charm Squares. Because, yes, don't know. Oh, there's only 3 of this one left. I'll be really quick then. So what I did with this one, this is because I said I would give you some ideas, is I made a bag. Now, we have got the instructions for this bag. So if you want to make, you need some instructions of what you can do. This was the market tote. I'll put the instructions in a moment. I put sashing in between. I used calico. I used some of the charm squares for the handles because I wanted to make the most of them. I boxed the bottom. And then on the inside, it's just a spotty lining. Can you see, I use charm squares. In fact, I'll turn it inside out so you can see it better. I use charm squares then for the pockets on the both sides of the lining and just put a cam snap. So if you've got loads of charm squares and you want to do something with them, let me just find the instructions. This is what I did with the produce bag. And where are the instructions? There we go. So these are, can you put the instructions in, Ben? So these are the instructions, the Just Charming market bag. Now, they doesn't come in a kit. You see, obviously, I used that charm square for it, but these are the instructions. So in the instructions, that's my daughter Freya holding it, 'cause she was home at the weekend. All the instructions tells you what you need to cut it out, any extra pieces. If you have a look on the product description on the Sewing Street website, it gives you a list of all the extra materials you'll need for the sashing. All the photos, but there's also, I did film a tutorial. There's a QR code that when you get your instructions, you scan that will take you through to the Amber Makes website. I also made, just to show you what else you can make with it, I made the same bag. They look completely different, doesn't it? I made the same bag using, I think, the Portuguese charm squares. So exactly the same bag, using the same instructions. But when you use a teal sashing, it really stands out, doesn't it? So all you have to do is choose a colour that will make your charm squares either stand out or recede so that they don't show. So like with the produce bag, I used a calico so they don't show up as much. And then I used a bright cotton orange for the handles. I used a gold for the inside and then charm squares for the pockets. So $9.99, you can get the instructions. And then all those charm squares that you've bought and love, but you're not really sure what you want to do with, but you know you want to do something with them, get the instructions. And then you've got all of the measurements for all the cutting out, and then you can make yourself a glorious bag. You can put zip pockets in, slip pockets in, key straps, whatever you want. So those are the instructions. Morning, lovely Rebecca. Oh, thank you, Jane. Could you please advise how much brush flannel fabric you need for the block keeper? Yes. Well, Jane, you need quite a lot. You need about 4 meters. I will need to have a look at the instructions because I can't actually remember. It's about that. Actually, if you look on the product description, it will tell you all of that on the website. But I will say, sneaky tip, get yourself a brushed cotton sheet. I bought a single flat sheet or a double fitted. You get loads of brushed cotton then, and it's absolutely fine. If you're making a quilt, I wouldn't suggest using a sheet because the brushed cotton, it's not as heavyweight as a quilting weight cotton. The real brushed cotton that we sell, that you use for quilting, is thicker, heavier weight, and works beautifully, but you need quite a bit because there are 6, what does it say? Okay, 265 by 92 centimetres, so it depends on how wide the fabric is. But you are going to need, yeah, like 2.5 metres, not as much as I thought. So about 265 by 92. So if you want to buy the brushed cotton, the quilting weight, it's heavier weight, it will be more structured. But I did actually just buy a sheet, cut the elastic off. In fact, I bought a double sheet and I had loads left over. Because it's got all the pages and it's got the page covers, you do need quite a lot. So it all depends. You can buy the proper brushed cotton that we sell, or just get a sheet. Didn't say that. Right, we've got loads to get through. I'm going to show you, these are almost the same, similar. These are the Portuguese tiles, hexagon ones, charm squares. They're almost the same as the ones in the bag I just showed you. So if you loved that, so they're almost the same colourways, they're just, these have got hexes and these are just prints. So if you want to make a bag the same as this, do you want the code, Ben? It is UTUU24. So it's, we created this design when we did the sewing school, and it had all the hexes and you put them together using EPP. But with this, obviously, we printed it, so it looks like you've done EPP. So again, this is a really good way of, you could make a quilt with these, couldn't you? Because it looks like you've EPP'd. If you've got the time, quilt round it by machine, or even you could hand quilt around the hexes. They're all in these beautiful shades of oranges and navies and teals. Loads of them. And you've got some hexes across the top as well. But it would look like, if you quilt this, it would look like you'd done loads of really intricate EPP. Because all of these have got the hexes actually printed on. Aren't they lovely? And if you get the market bag instructions, you see, then you could put these together, couldn't you? Market bag with that. Beautiful. Jane, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Just, yeah, always, if you've got any questions, just ask. I'm here all day. Well, till 1. I'm here all day. Till 1. Debbie Moore designs the Shabby Chic Owl collection. These are, I've never seen these before. How cute are these? They are so cute. Look at them. Actually, these are, wouldn't they be nice for like teacher gifts? With the mortarboard on. You know, we've got end of term coming up, July, get yourself organised. You can make all your teachers little gift bags and then just put something random in it. They'll just be glad of the gift bag. Put a little voucher in it. Greg's. What's the best voucher? Oh, I think a coffee shop voucher. And then you could make a little bag for them, couldn't you? Wouldn't children love to give that to them? Something you could do with children, actually, with the Easter holidays, is you could get something like this and you could do some sewing with them. They could get their teacher presents ready. I think that's so cute, isn't it? $14.99 for that. Right. I think that's amazing. All those owls. Get your teacher presents sorted now. Right, this is the folk art charm squares. So this was, we did this project we did a project using these prints for sewing school, and it was the Goldilocks bag. And then I know you loved the prints because it looks like patchwork, but it's those lovely shades of purples, gentle teals, bit of pink in there as well. But again, this is something you can join together and then quilt yourself. Have you found it, Ben? He's got it, he's got it. It's really nice though, isn't it? Again, this would be lovely as the market tote, because you could pick out one of these colours for the sashing, maybe the purple or this teal. It'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? And you know, and with the instructions, if you want to make it bigger, just follow it and you can make it even bigger. Gorgeous. I got the bird. Let's do a kit. Oh, right. Oh, there's only 8 of this one left. Loads more of you got that in baskets. Oh, loads. So you need to get checked out. Should we do a kit? Now, this is going back some time, but it was massively popular. So we got it reprinted. It is the Charming Shadows. Where is my quilt? There it is. It's in a bag. Let me show you this. So this was one of the first designs that I did using charm squares, based on the Bird of the Month, which was one of the first of Sewing Street's block of the months that we did. So let me show you what the quilt looks like. So it's an illusion quilt, and it's a way of you can use these instructions, because we've got the instructions on their own and we've got the kit. We'll start with the kit. But these are using Bird of the Month. So we did a different bird every month, January, February, March, etc. And then you join these birds together, and by putting the grey fabric, it makes them look like shadows. So this is a beautiful piece of wall art. So that's what it looks like. And then in the kit, you will get the panel that has all the bird charm squares on. Now, I've only used 12 in my quilt because it was a month, but you get more than that on the panel. So once you've worked out how to do it, because you do one block at a time by putting the shadow on, you could make it bigger. So for £24.99, you get the whole of this. So you get your 40 charm squares, some birds, some other prints that go with it. You also get the grey fabric that's used for the shadow. So you get fat quarter, feels like a fat quarter, of the grey. And then you get ivory, 1/2 metre. And, oh, you get instructions, that's quite important, isn't it? So you won't know how to make it. So you get the whole charm square, you get the ivory, you get the grey for the shadows, you get full instructions, all the pictures, so it explains exactly how to do it, tells you all the fabric that you're going to need, and then also all the binding around the edge. I used from the squares on here to go. I joined them together for scrappy binding around the edge, so you've got everything on there. Polly says, in midst of making, there's enough in the panel to make 2, so making both together, looking good, and think I will be very pleased. Sorry, that's brilliant. Thank you for your message. But there is, because you've got so many birds on there, but you've got enough fabric to just make this one. But if you've got more fabric, if you want to make it bigger, you just need the grey and the ivory for the shadows. And then you make this beautiful illusion quilt, which looks like, especially when you look at it from a distance, it really looks like. But you can use the instructions. So we have got the instructions on their own as well. So if you want just the instructions, so this works particularly well for charm squares that have got a specific image on them, or they're a print that you really like. I've seen this sort of quilt, and I've seen people do this with random, not even images, but like cave fabrics. So if you've got a fabric you love, it doesn't have to be a charm square, it just needs to be a 5-inch square. This is a really good way, £9.99, because these instructions we did a while ago, but you can use these for anything. Once you understand the process of exactly how to create the shadow, which I explain in this, you can use then that one block and just keep repeating it and making it bigger. But it's a really nice way of having a piece of fabric art on your wall, of showcasing your favourite charm squares. Or you can use it as a memory quilt. Maybe you've got fabric or designs, things like, I know a lot of people, you make things from school uniforms, scout uniforms, nurse uniforms. You could use the logos or part of the fabric on that, or fabric that reminds you, maybe it's special fabric that you've had for clothes that you've made for your babies, or, that sort of thing. It's a really nice idea for a memory quilt as well. So that's the Charming Shadows. Because I'll show you as well. I made one when we did our I'll show you another one. I don't think we've got these charm squares, but I use the same instructions to make this one. So that's exactly the same thing with the 12 Days of Christmas. But same instructions, but you see what I mean? It looks quite different depending on the charm squares you use. That's exactly the same thing. So £9.99 for those instructions, or you can buy the whole quilt kit for £24.99, which is a bargain, isn't it? Right, let's do some more. Have we got the sewing ones? Can't remember. Don't know. Can't remember. How about cacti? So these are the cacti charm squares. Aren't they cute? Loads of different things you can make with these. I used some of them and made them into a plant pot holder, a little square sort of storage basket, which actually is on my windowsill at home. I should have brought that with me. But what you can make, there it is. This is what I did with it, because we also sold the feature panels, but this is just an idea of something you can make. Make sure it's the right way up. Is you can put like a large square in the middle, and then you can border it with charm squares. I didn't ever do any instructions for this. This was just an idea using a feature panel in the centre. But see how far you can make your charm squares go if you use a sashing between them. And now I've put these in rows and then put a feature panel, which we sold, which I think is still available on the Sewing Street website with the feature panels. But alternatively, if you like this idea, you could just do rows and rows of charm squares. If you just separate them with sashing like this, you can make a really nice lap quilt, cot quilt, full bed quilt by purely framing, by cutting fabric that blends with it. These are 1-inch strips. So if you put 1-inch strips between them like this, you could just do rows and rows and rows of them. And it's a way of your fabric going a bit further. And then if you've got all of these charm square panels, and maybe you've got several from different makes, but are similar styles or colourways, it's a really nice way of framing them. So that's the cacti one. Right. Then we've got shibori style. Really popular at the moment, shibori style, with the sort of, everybody loves the Japanese, the sashiko and the boro. And on this one, you've got navies and mustard, so you've got that shibori tie-dye look. Isn't that gorgeous? There are only 8 of these charm panels left, though. These I would use for a patchwork jacket, because I've bought a load of fat quarters for a patchwork jacket that's still sitting on my shelf. One day will happen. But I'm going to use some, because I've got some of these charm squares. I'm going to use some of these to put in with it, because I think this looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Particularly if it's quilted, or if you worked sashiko and running stitch over it, look amazing. Love that one. John Street. Love this. This is a tribute to John Scott. This is his street, isn't it? There's his shirt shop. There's the pop-in store. His sewing emporium. A whole bookshop dedicated to just John's book, Threads of Life, which I think is brilliant. You imagine a whole book. Yes, we only sell the one book. Did you want another one? No. No, we only sell one. The pop-in shop, the sewing emporium, you've got some purple spots to go between them. But it just makes a really nice row of shops. So it's kind of like Cotswoldy stone. Really cute, isn't it? Oh, I hear an alarm. There we go. That's John's square. Have we got... Levi's loving me putting all these on the floor. Have we got the get organised instructions? I can't remember. Don't know whether we've got those. No, okay. Right, what should we do next? How about this one? Because this is July, so it's roses. So if you love roses, this is a charm square panel dedicated to them. So you've got vases of roses. You've got large, big roses. You've got bouquets. It's all purples and pinks. It's a really pretty one, isn't it? Just roses. Roses on gingham, roses flat, roses in vases, roses in bouquets. It's just roses. So nice if you like a pretty one. We've got sunflowers. We're going really fast because we are running out of time and I've got a big pile. I'm determined to get through them. There we go. Sunflowers. We've got whole sunflowers, sunflowers in watering cans, stripes that go with sunflowers. And this one we did use with our flower shop, so it has got August printed on if you want to use it for somebody in August. This is Ben's favourite one, the August. Beautiful. So if you love sunflowers, this is ideal. Their watering can. That is the way to display your sunflowers, isn't it? Right, let's do one of the quilt kits, because we haven't got many of these left, so I'm going to do this one. Now, this is just charming falling leaves. So the kit, we've got the instructions going. I'll show you the kit at the moment. It's an amazing value kit. We only got 5 of them, though. So you get to make this quilt. I haven't got the quilt with me, but the quilt is quite a decent size. It's a 70-inch square quilt. It's $59.99 for a 70-inch square quilt. Now, the quilt features the maple leaf block. So you've got all the maple leaves, which are made from the charm squares, and the maple leaves are surrounded by a single Irish chain. So in the kit, you get full instructions, which with most of our instructions come with a full tutorial, which is great. So this is your first ever quilt. You've got a tutorial where you can follow with me and I'll show you how to make it. All the instructions of how to make the maple leaves, and then you've got all the instructions of how to make the Irish chain blocks. It's just two blocks, a maple leaf block, the Irish chain block, and then you join it all together to make the quilt. So that's the picture of the quilt. There it is. That's the whole quilt. In the kit, you are going to get 2 charm square panels. So remember, $59.99 for a 70-inch quilt. So you get the charm square panel that features all these beautiful orange flowers and prints, beautiful prints there. And then you get the one that features the chrysanthemums. So these flowers go together beautifully, and the actual floral displays you don't use, so you can keep those for something else. What you will be using is the flowers, and these stripy stripes are used for the stems. You then get in the kit, so you get the instructions, 2 charm square panels, you get half a metre of orangey colour, I can't remember what's that one called, coral, and then you get a metre of paprika, 3 metres of calico, full instructions and a video tutorial to make a 70-inch square quilt for $59.99. And because of the calico in the background, it looks so lovely because it's like an autumnal leafy design. The calico really works with it. So when you think these would be the charm square panels of 40, so that's £30, £40 already. So all of the fabric in here, it's an amazing value. 3 metres of calico, a metre of paprika, and then half a metre of the coral, I think. All of that for $59.99. Now, we've also got the instructions on their own for the falling leaves. So again, you need 2 charm square panels, so you need 53 charm squares. If you want to see, when you get the instructions, if you want to see, go onto the product description, and I've listed everything you need for the light coloured fabric, the dark coloured fabric, and the background fabric. That's the instructions on their own. $9.99 for the instructions on their own. I've got another quilt, but I'll show you that one in a minute. Let's move on to peonies. John's peonies. Good morning, Tracy. Tracy says, good morning, everyone. Have a great day. And you too, Tracy. Thank you for watching this morning. These are beautiful, aren't they? I know they're John's favourite flower because he has them in his garden, so we used this print for, I can't remember, I think it was his anniversary show. Beautiful. I love these shades of mint and that really lovely chambray purpley blue. Beautiful, isn't it? Aren't they gorgeous? I mean, they're just such stunning flowers because they are so big. I do have peonies in my garden. I'm not brilliant at them, but they must like me because they come back every year. They just sort of like keep coming back, which I'm surprised about because I don't really look after them. But they are amazing flowers. So if you love peonies, this is the panel for you. I mean, wouldn't that look amazing? It's the market bag. And I would choose this really vibrant pink as the sashing. It would look fabulous, wouldn't it? They're beautiful. Gorgeous. Love them. I mean, everyone has their favourite flowers, don't they? I think lilies are my favourite because I love the smell of them, but peonies are pretty close behind. What should we do next? How about hydrangeas? Oh, yeah, I don't know. I wish I lived in Brittany, isn't it? And North Cornwall have blue hydrangeas. Bude. I went camping in Bude once and they had blue hydrangeas. There's only like a little section of Cornwall that has, well, that's, I think Bude's in Devon, but it's got to be on the edge of sort of Cornwall and Devon, or Brittany. And they have amazing blue ones, because I much prefer the blue ones to the pink ones. So anyone who lives in blue hydrangea country, I'm very jealous. I bet you have if I lived there, I mean, I have out the front of my house, I have big bushes of white hydrangeas, but I wish I lived in blue hydrangea country. Because actually, I went on holiday to Brittany one year. It was just amazing. I must have gone at hydrangea time, so kind of late August, early September. And they were fantastic. If you go to like Campere or Concarneau, oh, they're amazing. So this has got displays of hydrangeas. You've got close-ups of the hydrangea. A little bit of grey gingham because it goes really nicely with that. We've got white hydrangeas, a mixture of white and pink. So again, use these for, you know, the quilts. I've got another quilt panel I'll show you in a moment that we've got some other instructions for. Aren't they gorgeous? Right, let's do the starflower quilt. So this was the first quilt that I did, the starflower. Now this is quite an easy one to do. So this uses three charm panels. So this is a bit more than the falling leaves one because it's got more fabric. It's in a bigger quilt. So the quilt size for this is 78 inches square. Now what you get with this one is you get 3 charm square panels. You get the, which one is that? You get the, oh, that's peonies, isn't it? Yes, so you get the peonies panel. You get the tulip panel. There's absolutely loads in this one. So you get the peony panel, the tulip panel, and then you get the daffodils panel. So this is a homage to spring. Now, the way I designed this quilt is that the actual flowers that are in vases, they are used, if we've got a photo, we've got a picture there, in the centre of each of the blocks. And then the prints on the rest of the panel that are more large flowers, you know, where you've got this kind of thing, these sort of flowers, they are used in the star points. So you've got all of those 3, that they're used for all of the prints. Then you get the 3 pastel colours, so the pale mint, the yellow, but I think it's buttercup, and the mauve. They're used for, they surround the blocks in the centre of those stars. And then you get 4 metres of ivory. So there's enough fabric in here to do the whole of the front of the quilt. There's enough of the plain fabric to cut to use as a scrappy binding. And obviously you get full instructions with a free tutorial. So if you're new to this, basically you cut out the flowers in the centre, you use those plain fabrics to go around the edge. You make half square triangles to create the stars that go around it, and then you join them all together. And you can use some of the little prints in the corners and you make the whole quilt. So this is a very simple quilt to make because you're really just cutting strips. You're making half square triangles to make the whole quilt. $89.99. Jane says, hi Rebecca, you can get something to feed your hydrangeas that turns them blue. Well, Jane, I've tried that, but then they go pink again. Jenny says, the colour of a hydrangea depends on what's in the soil your plant is in. I have 3 bushes in my garden. Only one is blue and the others are pink. Yeah, but I live in, isn't it, acidic soil creates pink ones and alkali creates blue ones. And I know you can put stuff in, but then eventually, unless you keep doing it, they go back again. I think it's all right if they're in a pot, but if you put them in the garden, they go back again. Or maybe I need to be more efficient. I want them to just stay blue all the time. That's why I have white ones, because I don't really like the pink ones. Thank you for your hydrangea help. Maybe I need to persevere and feed them with the, oh, I can't remember what it's called. It's the stuff that you feed rhododendrons with, isn't it? That makes the soil alkaline. So $89.99, you've got everything that you need to make the whole quilt. We have also got the instructions on their own. So if you've got lots of charm squares that you'd like to use, particularly if you've got ones that feature something you can put in the centre and then other charm squares around the edge, if you want the instructions on their own, $9.99. There's a list of everything that you need, and if you go onto the Sewing Street website under this product code, it will list that out so you can check what you need, because you need 84 charm squares, and it will tell you the background fabric and also the other plain fabrics that you need if you want just the instructions on their own. I think we've done all of the instructions now. Right, fabulous. Let's go through all the charms. Ready, steady, go. Well, I'm going to do them all. I'm still thinking about my blue hydrangeas. Need to feed them. This is Victorian Spring. So it's like scraps, Victorian scraps, isn't it? We've got rabbits and chicks. Actually, isn't this perfect for like spring and Easter? This has got rabbits and chicks and lambs and apples and things. It's very bright, isn't it? It's a bit Frida Kahlo meets spring. Mixed Victoriana scrapbooks. Amazing. $14.99. Only 10 of those left, though. How about elephants? For all you elephant lovers out there. Is there a name for an elephant lover? Like an elephantophile or something? Levi's laughing. Look, someone who loves France is called a francophile. Someone who loves books is called a bibliophile. So I think, what's the name for an elephant lover? Is it an elephantophile? We've got majestic elephants, elephants under trees, small prints with little elephants, elephants and babies, all elephants. And there's also labels on here. So if you make a quilt or a bag for it, you can put the label on it. I made this, me made. This took ages. That's my favourite label. This took ages. Look after it. Made with love by. So you've got 4 labels you can use for your elephant things, but in beautiful shades of soft slaty blue and grey. This is, I love this print. This is really retro cool, isn't it? This is retro floral. I love the colours, isn't it? Very sort of 70s. Teals, that lovely blue and oranges, the 70s. This is the colour I crocheted my dress in for Glastonbury one year. Just because they are genuinely great colours with these big flowers, very retro, and I like the strip that you've got across the top. And oranges and mustards. There we go, all 40. I love the patterns of them. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Next one. Oh, this is another Delphine one. Beautiful. Solstice, stag and owl. So again, you know, if you were doing something like that starflower quilt, this panel would be ideal. You'd need 3 of them. Because you've got the pictorial ones, you've got like the stag and the owl, and then you've got the other prints that go with them. This would be absolutely ideal. Can you imagine how amazing that quilt would look in these prints? I don't know, it's gone now, probably lost it. Just because you've got the pictorial ones as well. So I think it's nice on these charm squares that you get some with these beautiful images, and then you get the other matching prints that go around them. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful. What should we do next? How about sweet peas? Who loves a sweet pea? Oh, Margaret says ericaceous. That's the word, Margaret. Thank you. Ericaceous feed. Maybe I'll feed all my hydrangeas with ericaceous and see if they go blue. I wonder how many years it takes, or whether you have to put them in a pot. Ericaceous, thank you, Margaret. That's nice, isn't it? Look, you've got glass vases of sweet peas. You've got larger prints of sweet peas. Lots of sweet peas. Right, okay. Oh, look at this. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Stuart Hillard, rainbow is my favourite colour. I love this because you've got some, it's got some beautiful like layered on layered prints. That one's got like some dress patterns on it. And then you've got some splodgy ones. So it goes all the way through the rainbow colours. But layered underneath it, you've got patterns and drawings and numbers. It's beautiful. It's a bit Tim Holtzy, isn't it, really? Gorgeous. Beautiful. All 5-inch squares, but aren't they lovely? I really like that one. That's the pastel one. And then this is the, yeah, this is the same one, but bold. So actually, they'd go together really well. If you bought both of these, wouldn't they go together nicely? So the first one is sort of pastel-y. I'll show you the beginning of it. So this one is like, well, it is red. So let me just show you. That's what the pastel-y version look. So it's just a slightly paler. They'd look beautiful if you wanted to create something with these. They go together really well. It's just that this one is bolder and this one is paler. Aren't they gorgeous? I do like the fact that you've got the pattern, like dress patterns underneath and pattern pieces, all layered with the fabric colours on top. Beautiful. Next one, USUU 30. This is called Birds and Butterflies, the Natural History Collection. Love these green shades. Olives, pinks, black, moths. Whoa. That's gorgeous. Right, only 11 of Birds and Butterflies left. Very, very limited, that one. We are going to get through these. What's this one called? This is Delphine's Longdon Teal. Longdon Teal. So you've got purples and mustards and pinks. Gorgeous. Right, VNUU 91. Forest creatures. So what? So we've got grizzly bears, rabbits. I love that one. Look at that bear. You think, what have you been doing behind that tree? You go, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Look. Is that a raccoon? Oh, look at, they're just friends, aren't they? Little friends. That one is hiding out, coming out from behind the tree, looking very guilty. Skunk. Very beautiful. I love the colours of that one. That's really nice, isn't it? Forest creatures. Oh, I have got the Portuguese tiles. I didn't think I had that one. So if you wanted to do the market tote, I thought we'd sold out of this one. So if you want to do, ta-da, I found it, the market tote, yeah, this is the charm square panel that goes with it. So it's amazing how different it looks once you put a bright fabric next to it, isn't it? To use it as a sashing. So if you want to make the market tote, you need this panel and the market tote instructions. But I love these colours. They're so bright. Very Moroccan, Portuguese actually. Gorgeous, isn't it? I think Amy did a fantastic job with these. Just love the colours. Gorgeous. Drafts. I love the giraffes. Because we did a giraffe tote. In fact, we've got the kit coming up for it later. And this was to go with it. But I look, on our giraffe tote, it's got the giraffe, because the strap is the handle, goes between the neck. But then we've got one charm square where you've got him coming upside down. So we've got gift tags with it. You've got all of the giraffes. See, this would be nice for that charming shadows, wouldn't it? Because you could have a different giraffe in each one and then give it that kind of, you know, illusion. That's the word I'm looking for. Illusion. See? See, imagine that in giraffes. No. Oh, this one's really pretty, isn't it? Gosh, very green. It's even greener than me. Sarah Page, The Garden Collection. Greens, very lime, isn't it? Lime and pink. Very, very spring. This is the one that's in the Falling Leaves quilt kit. So you've got pumpkins filled with flowers. But if you love these bright purples and oranges, you've got a few little spots that go with it. It's just so bright, isn't it? I'd like a cardigan in that colour. Even maybe a spotty one would be nice, wouldn't it? Just need to find one. What's this one? We're getting there, we're getting there. Oh, this is very pretty. Look at the birds on this one. This is Debbie Moore Design Spring Birds. This is so cute. Look, you've got little birds in nests, birds in teacups, birds in the blossom. You've even got I love the yellow print with all the flower feathers on it as well. And then you've got some plain greens. Quite nice to have that because that echoes the border around that one. You've even got little birds in birdhouses as well. And next, same thing, but in pinks, pink and blue. So you've got the same design where you've got the teacups and the birdhouses and the prints, but that one's in pink and blue. Again, Debbie Moore Designs Vintage Floral. So we saw one of these earlier, but this one is in pinks and greens. So you've got the really lovely roses, and you've got stripes, bit vintagey. We are getting through. I've only got 4 left now. Oh, more owls. Should have put these in order, shouldn't I? If you love that shabby chic owl, we had it in the blue. I know loads of you loved that one because I said great teacher presents. But lovely. You see owl doorstops everywhere, don't you, in this kind of print? These are so cute. Look at that little one with his little face. I think he's a parliament of owls. Giraffes, more giraffes. Giraffes in the trees. Got giraffes, trees. We've got some spotty prints. A tower of giraffes. There we go. 2 left. This one is fairies. Debbie Moore Designs Winter Fairies. Oh, these are stunning, aren't they? Look, fairies with unicorns. Look at that beautiful fairy. I love that one. That's like your flower fairies, isn't it? Aren't they gorgeous? Really frosty and icy. Loving the unicorn. And the very last one, fairies, but in a different colour. Winter fairies with unicorns, but in mauve instead. So we've got all through that. If you missed out any, or I went too quick because you couldn't decide, go on to sewingstreet.com and on Watch Live. If you scroll down from there, there are little pictures of all of these so you can see, because I know I had to go through them quite quickly, but I wanted to give you as many ideas and charm squares as I could. So just go on to the what we've got on there and you'll be able to see. Right, coming up after the break, we're going to have a quick break now and I'll be back with amazing bag making hardware. So all of the charm squares that you've bought in this show, you can use to make into bags using all the equipment, and it's all the stuff that's quite tricky to find. So if you love bag making, I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and it's the bag making hour. Look, here's the quilt behind me. This is coming up at 10 o'clock. The sampler quilt block of the month is so big you can't see the whole thing. Nice backdrop though, which I stand like right in the middle of it. That's the huge whole thing. So if you're collecting it, part 3 I'm doing at 10 o'clock. It's on the website now. If you want to start collecting it, we've got part 1 and part 2, so get those before they sell out. We are doing thread spools, but this hour we are doing bag making. Amazing. Right, ready, steady, go. So I love Zaka Workshop because I think that their instructions, their kits and their hardware is brilliant. And if you want to make a little coin purse, this is the kit you need. So in this, £12.99, you get the little clasp. Now, these are the sort of things that are quite hard to get hold of, but they make the most beautiful, professional-looking purse. So you've got the clasp, you have the piece of paper string, and that's what you use to keep the fabric inside. Now, what's fab about these is you can make a little purse like this, or if you cut your fabric longer, it's a glasses case. So it gives you inside, you need the template for cutting your fabric. It gives you the full instructions with loads and loads of photos. So if you want to make a longer one, like a glasses case, just cut this longer, as long as you want it. I think for £12.99, it's got rose gold around the outside. It's amazing value. Now, the great thing is, obviously, it doesn't include the fabric. You use your own. You need such little fabric. I wonder if it actually lists how much you need on it. Okay, so for the outside, you need a fat eighth, and for the lining, you need a fat eighth. Well, I think you'd actually need less than that, because look at the size of the template. This is a really good way. If you've got a fabric that you love, that maybe it's got a small image on, you know when we talk about fabric that's great for fussy cutting, you can put it in the centre of this. If you wanted to do some embroidery, or if you've got some cross stitch, and you'd like it in the centre of a purse, you can use something really cool, funky fabric for the inside. You will need some glue, some craft glue, but we do sell that on the website, so you can get that. And obviously, it's got the template, because quite often when you see these for sale, you see them on places, then you don't get the pattern. So you get this and you think, I don't know how to do that. No idea. It's the pattern. It's really worth it, the template. And it shows you exactly how to do it. So if you've got a favourite bag, maybe you've got some fabric left over and you want to make a really nice purse, this is fabulous. For just £12.99, because you've got the paper string and the rose and the clasp, and you've got the pattern as well, with very, very comprehensive instructions. Just get yourself some glue and you're ready to go. Now, we've got also another one. I love this one. This is the bauble clasp purse. This is my favourite one. The price for this is amazing. I don't know why this is £9.99. Oh, it's because it's got, say, £5 on it. I was thinking, why is this only £9.99? Isn't this cool? It's got the little plastic bubbles on the top. Really, so you can make it like these. You can make it this size. These have actually got a gusset in them as well. But again, you can make it a lot bigger. You've got the paper string. So when you open it up, just like the other one, you've got the template. So if you decide that you want to make it longer, you can just extend the template. It's even got the template for a gusset. So it's quite a nice size, isn't it? Maybe you want like a little clasp purse to put a small sewing kit, and maybe you're taking your EPP out, or maybe you just want a purse to put all your tablets in, or your first aid kit to put in your handbag. Lovely gift for somebody, because again, it doesn't use very much fabric. You could embroider their name on the front and make this for them. Again, you'll need to provide your own fabric, but it really isn't very much. This has got a pocket on the front, so you've got the pattern for the pocket front and the back. It's got the gusset, and then it's got the outside. Now, they've put a bit of lace on there, so you can put whatever you like. Because it uses very little fabric, you can choose that special piece that you don't want to use for anything, you really want to showcase. Loads and loads, you've got this in baskets. It's $9.99, which is an amazing price, isn't it? Right, just because of time, I'm going to move it on. If you want me to show you again, or if you got any questions, just message me in. Now, I'm going to get onto these because the other day I made some sling bags for people, and I decided that I wanted to, rather than make my own straps, sometimes I make my own straps of things for tote bags, and sometimes I want to buy webbing. So I went to, there's a very popular high street shop that sells Oliver Bonus, that other shops are available. Now, they sell straps like this, which is, to be fair, is the strap, and it's got the clasps on the end for a lot more money than these cost. So, if you love this sort of webbing, this makes a handmade bag look really professional. Now, this is cut to order, so it's $1.99 for half a metre. So if you want more, just if you want a metre for your bag, just measure. If you're making like a strap, just see how much you want, and obviously you'll need a bit because you'll need to hem it. Or if you're putting a slider on it and it needs to be adjustable, you might need more. So just put, if you get 2 metres, you'll be covered. Maybe you want to use it for a little backpack or something, but it's cut to order. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's 38 millimetres wide, and it's really good quality. It's only $1.99, but imagine if you made like a little backpack and put this as the straps on it. It just gives that more professional finish. I do have, and I'll show you, I will go through the codes for these. I also have the swivel clips in 2 different colours that you can use to put on the end. So I'll show you those in a moment. Right, so that is the blue one. I've got them in 4 different colours before you decide. But this is what, it also makes your bag making a bit easier because you don't need to make your strap. It's already there for you. So that's the blue one. I've then got it, the same print, was, yeah, it is the same, but it's in reverse, in green. Oh, that one's sold out already. Right, then we have it in this beautiful, like, amber pumpkin. It's not bright orange at all. It's more pumpkin. Mustard. No, it's not yellowy enough to be mustard. It's too orange. This is too orange to be. It's not mustard. It's pumpkin. One, yes, I think I can't remember from Oliver Bonus. They're about £10 or £15, and they come with and they come with the swivel clips on the end, fair enough. And it's just a way of you being able to, if you've got D-rings on a bag, then you can just change the straps over. If you, you can buy, oh, yeah, there you go, see? £15, right? And how long are they? 1, 2, does it say how long they are? Right, so 132 centimetres. So that's like 1.5 metres you'd need to buy. That's £6. I mean, okay, they've sewn it for you, haven't they? But I think these are just as lovely, and we have got the swivel clip. So this isn't as yellow as mustard. This is more pumpkin. It's got orange in it. That's beautiful. And it looks just as lovely on the reverse as well. And then all you have to do when you put them on, just trim that, and then you can either zigzag it to stop it fraying, and then you can sew it on if you want less bulk, or you can turn it over. Isn't that gorgeous? Right, and then we've got the same one, but in brown. What have they? I wonder what they've called it. It's a really nice brown, though. It's like a browny green taupe. Yes, I guess it is taupe. It's a very gentle brown anyway. I'm just seeing whether we've got what size the slider buckles are. It's important that you get the right size. I'll show you which ones you need in a moment. So there you go. Don't forget, it is cut to order. So I would get yourself 1.5 meters, 2 meters, and then you've got enough. Particularly if you don't want it adjustable, you won't need as much, but you obviously need more for the adjustable. So those are the 3 choices. But get some while you can, because it's the sort of thing we get in, and then it sells out. But it's really great for bag making and just adds that little more professional finish to your bag. And it's easier as well. Now, if you want the swivel clips that go with them, I'm just going to show you. Right, these are 35mm. Now, I'm just going to take it out of here because it says on this webbing it's 38mm. And I know this is something I would question because these are 35mm. And it's important that they fit. You don't want them to be too wide, but they do. They fit nicely. So although this is 38 and these are 35, you see it fits just nicely, doesn't it? Because you don't want it too much narrow, otherwise they slide around, and you don't want it bigger, otherwise it bunches around the edges. So although there's a 3mm difference, it's fine. So we've got them in 2 colours. Obviously you're going to need 2 for each length of webbing. This one is, oh, do you need the code? GEZW08, bronze. Now the bronze, well, you could use that for any of them really, couldn't you? I mean, it looks nice with the taupe, looks nice with the pumpkin, and it actually looks nice with the blue. So that's the bronze, £1.99. You will need one for each end of your bag. And then we've got the nickel. I won't take that one out because it's exactly the same. It's just in nickel. But again, actually, that looks really nice with the blue, doesn't it? Do you know what size the sliders are? The SKU is GQVC60. Oh, have I read it wrong? That is what it is, GQVC. There. Because those, I was just looking for the sliders, because if you want to make it as an adjustable one, you'll need the sliders. Brilliant. So these are 38mm. So you only actually need one of these, but they come in a pack of 2 in silver. So if you want to make your strap adjustable, then you go up, down. I'll give you a quick demo because it's taken me ages to learn this. I had to keep following YouTube. You go up, down. So you've got this end, you've gone through you put your swivel clip on, and then this end you go up, down, and then put that in a loop, go back up through the centre. Can you see? Like that. And then back down the other side. Like that. And then you sew that around the centre, like that, and then it makes your strap adjustable. So I'll show you a picture like that. So that's how it goes. And then you sew those 2 pieces together. Obviously, you make this loop bigger to be able to, but you sew that together. Then that then makes your strap adjustable. And you will have sewn one end in already. So they come as a pack of 2. So you'll only need one, but if you're maybe making 2 straps for something, then you only need to buy 1 pack of these because they've got 2 of them. £1.99 for that. The silver ones, I think. Ah, no, we've got them in another colour as well. We've got them in the brass colour. Which is QIVC10. So if you do need these, then that one would go with, although it's a different colour, they will still go together because you've got the gold and the bronze. So if you want the sliders, again, these are the right size because they're 38mm, so they will fit the straps. Okay? Right, that's all the straps. If you want to see them again, just message me in and ask, and I will show you them too, because they are a brilliant way. We're limited in stock on them, but they're a really good way of getting a really nice finish. Right, what do we do next? Bag feet. There we go. I've got them in gold and silver. Bag feet are brilliant. Now, they're not necessarily ever going to be deep enough to keep your bag out of all of the damp, but they will protect the bottom because the feet, they're like those split pins you used to use to keep paper together. So you just push them through, they go through a washer, and then you open them out. And they make your bag look a bit fancier. I'll show you, that's the gold one first. They make the bag look a little bit fancier because they've got the feet on, but they also do protect the bottom because it just keeps, it means that the first thing that hits the ground that you're putting on it will be the feet, but it gives it that nice little finish. Really, really simple to put in as well. So you just make a little hole in the fabric, push them up through the bottom, put the back plate, the washer on top, and then fold the prongs outwards, and that's your bag feet. Only £1.99 for those. That's in gold. Now, if you want them in silver, there we go. Just depends what colour you want. But it just, if you've never used bag feet before, have a go. It just gives it that little extra bit of sort of nice finish, isn't it? Lovely. Very useful. Shall we do the bag hardware instructions? Now, I was on with Debbie the other week, and she has written this amazing guide to bag hardware, because all of these different items, like bag feet or sliders, and you think, I don't know what I need for what they're for, and how they work. So Debbie has written this beginner's guide to bag hardware. It's brilliant because it explains. Now, we do it as a printed version. So this code here, this is the one that will be sent in an envelope to you. We've also got the download it straight away version that comes straight to your computer. So, but this code here is the printed one. So it explains how all these different things work, like twist locks. How do they work? How do you fit them? What do you use them for? Thumb tuck locks. Because we see all this bag hardware, and quite often it doesn't come with instructions. It doesn't tell you what you're supposed to do with it or how you fit it. So you might get something like this beautiful clasp, no instructions, no idea how to fit it or what you use it for. But if you get this set of instructions, it explains rectangle rings, D-rings, bag straps, how they work, how you use them, turning tubes, lobster clasps, sliders adjusters, magnetic snaps, bag feet, rivets, and how to use the green machine as well. So that's the instruction. So if you've ever had bag hardware and you don't know how to use it, or you want to know what all the different ones are for, this set is for you. So this is the printed sent to you version. But if you want a digital version, because you want to maybe you just want to keep it on your computer at home so that you can just refer to it when you want, that's the digital download, that's the code there. That will come straight through to you, and then you can just keep it on your computer. You can print it out if you like, but it's quite useful to put it on your computer, your iPad, and then you can refer to it when you need to. And it just means that you'll start using these amazing different clasps, like the little thumb lock things, that just give your bag that extra little bit of professional touch. So that's those. What should we do next? We were going to handles. I love this one. This makes me think crochet bag. These are so cute, aren't they? Little bamboo handles. So what you do is only £2.99. And that's for one, though. So you've got to get two, obviously. That's just for one. Well, you might only want one. But you can put like a fabric tab through them, either the full length or partial length. Put one side and on the other side. They're lovely if you eat, particularly like a knitted or a crochet bag. They look really nice. You can sew them onto the top of the bag with the flap through, or you can sew them a bit further down. But they just give that your bag that really lovely touch. I think when you add sort of metal or wooden or plastic items, something hard to your bag, it just makes it look really finished. £2.99. It's 15 centimetres by 9 centimetres, but you obviously will need two of them because that's just for one. So don't forget to put two in your basket for those. I think they're really lovely. Cute, aren't they? Right, handles, more handles. So soft handles, these are lovely. Again, if you've made a bag and you just want to give it a bit more, I think it just gives it that extra finish, doesn't it? Now, they're faux leather handles. The way they work is that they have little tabs on them that you hand sew on. So it actually gives you instructions on the back about how to do it. You use a top stitch thread. So it just means if you've made a bag and you think, oh, I don't know how to put the handles on, or it's too difficult, and I want to make it look lovely. These are these really nice soft handles. They're padded inside, and then you hand sew these on with a top stitch. I would work a running stitch all the way around and then go back in the holes you've missed using a running stitch. By going back through it twice like that, then it's less likely to go along. So they're soft inside, they're 51 centimetres in length, and you get a pair of them, obviously, £8.99 for the pair. Now, we've got similar idea, but these have got little clasps on them. So this is like it's just one handle. I'm going to take that out, otherwise you can't see it. Now, we've only got a few of these left, though. I'll put it back in very carefully. But this is cool, isn't it? So this is like the one strap. Now, it's already got your lobster clasps on the end. So if you've already got a bag that you'd like to make adjustable, because it's got like a belt attachment and holes so you can make it different lengths, you can then put these clasps through the D-rings you've already got, and you can really change a bag. So it's white. I mean, again, it's a faux leather, but doesn't that give it a lovely professional finish? Imagine if you had like a navy bag with this lovely white strap, or I'm thinking polka dot, navy and white polka dot with the white strap. Very summery as well. Even if you've got a bag in like a duck egg and you wanted that really summery look, you can adjust the strap then to make it the length you want. £8.99, it's 110 centimetres, but it's a very professional finish, isn't it? There we go, that's that one. Now, we've got a cord handle here. And again, this one you will need lobster clasp to attach it to. It all depends on the finish you want, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. It's got cord inside, and it's got loops on either end, so you'll need the lobster clasp to attach it into it. PU, so it's not leather, it's just a faux leather. 48 centimetres long. Right, now if you are creating bag patterns, or if you've got a bag pattern and you need to add the seam allowance to it, I mean, it's doable, but the way you have to do it is you get your bag pattern, you've drawn out a bit, or whatever pattern, and then you have to get a tape measure and measure 1/4 of an inch outside that line all the way along, and then you have to draw it, and if it's a curve, it's quite tricky. This is genius, because this is the answer to that little problem. It's a tiny little, like, brass disc. Okay, so what you do is you put your pen, your pencil, in the hole in the disc, and then you run it along the edge of the pattern, and it automatically, so say if I had a pencil in there, if you draw and run it along all the way round, I've then drawn a line 1/4 of an inch bigger. So you've added your seam allowance easily. Obviously, you need something a bit thick, but for 99p. But if you put anything else there, I would get this. I think that's genius. Keep it in its little packet so you don't lose it. But when you're adding a seam allowance to something, you can just draw along it. It just is a really good way. If you've drawn out a pattern and you think, oh, I've forgotten the seam allowance, absolutely perfect. And only 99p, I think I'll have one of those. Yeah, it's an easy one, isn't it? You will use that. You will use that, and it just means, I mean, and because it's like a metal thing as well, it's going to last, isn't it? Right, let's do fabric. Should we do canvas? Because now all the other hardware, it's all on the website. And, you know, the great, we've got bag chains, swivel clips, rivet kits. There's the smaller swivel clips, the 25mm ones, all the different clasps. They're amazing prices, and as I said earlier in the show, that these are things that take us time to source and find that aren't that easy to get hold of. And we've got them all here. So I'm going to go through the canvases because we've got, these are waterproofs as well. Wow. Didn't know we had all these waterproofs. Right, I'm going to do the waterproofs first. Because these are genius. Right, this is brilliant. Now, if you want to make outdoor furniture covers, cushions, something that's waterproof, maybe a garden kneeler, maybe a bag for in the garden. This is brilliant for the backing of picnic quilts or anything you want to be waterproof. Because on the back, on the right side, it just looks like canvas. But if I turn it over, oh no, that was the canvas, sorry. I've got to get the waterproof ones. Right. I have got that one. Hang on, let me just get the... Right. I think I've got them mixed up here. I'll go through. This is the mustardy one. Right. So on the right side, it looks like canvas. But if you turn it over, it has this waterproof backing. It's in ochre. Now, it's thicker. Oh, some water. You're going to show me the water test? On the right side?
Yeah, on the right side.
Right, this just shows you
I wanted it
how
just for me.
waterproof it is.
Just for me.
And Ben loves it. Morning, Ben.
Good morning.
Say
Good
hello
morning.
to the
Hello, everybody.
to everybody.
Sorry, I forgot what I'm meant to be doing here. I just saw this and thought...
Oh my, that's
Oh,
amazing.
you ready? No, you
It
don't
looks
need
like
you ain't even seen
marbles,
yet.
doesn't
You
it?
ready?
It just like doesn't even touch the fabric.
No.
Why is that then?
Magic and science.
Magic and science.
Whoop. Two of the same thing.
I mean, the
aren't they, really?
fabric actually isn't even wet underneath it.
No?
How does that
Dry.
work? It looks like glass.
look.
That is fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool.
It's like bits of glass. Thank you very much for your water demonstration, Ben. Wasn't that marvellous? So it's really good because it's slightly thicker than your ripstop. So if you wanted to make, maybe you're making like a messenger bag or a weekend bag and you want it to be waterproof. Maybe it's the bottom section. You know when you get the bottom of a bag, sometimes you have them in a different colour. It would be ideal for that. It's £3.99 for half a metre and it's wide. Have you got the width of it there, Ben? I think it's wider than normal. 147 centimetres wide. So maybe you need to make some new covers for your outdoor furniture. You want to make a bag that's waterproof. You want to do the back of a quilt. If you're doing the back of a quilt, what I would suggest is that you do your quilt first, make the quilt and quilt it, and put a backing, normal, just a plain cotton or even something really lightweight like a muslin on the back. And then put this on the back and sew them together by binding around the edges. Don't quilt through this, because if you do, I mean, you can, but then it won't be waterproof, because it'll have holes in it. So you can, as long as you only want it to be sort of just slightly. But if you want it to be really waterproof, but you want it to be quilted, quilt it, put all the layers together, and then do the binding around the edge. Right, these are the colours. So that's all the detail. We've got it in ochre. We've got it in bottle green. Very nice for picnic blankets because all the grass stains won't show. Picnic rugs. We have it in blue. And you think, you know, at £3.99 for half a metre and you want to cover your outdoor furniture or put a tablecloth on or some cushions. This is amazing value for money. Riviera Royal. Grey. Fabulous, isn't it? It's just an amazing product. And I think because on this side, you'd never know it was waterproof. Really good for putting like in the boot of your car to line it, to keep all those, so that you can keep things dry. For pet beds, dog beds, maybe you put the dog in the car. You could buy, because this is like nearly 1.5 metres wide, if you bought 1.5 metres, you'd have a square piece. You could even hem it if you wanted to, but cut it to fit the lining of your boot, and it keeps it all clean. You could just take this out then when you want, pop it in the washing machine, but it just protects things. Be really useful to make for shopping bags, so that when you go to the supermarket, if you've got any spillage, if your milk spills or your wine spills, be ideal for that. or just to use. Even if you wanted to have a bag that had something really pretty on the outside, line it with this because it gives it a little bit of weight, but it's not too thick. And let me show you, it's got a really nice fluidity and drape to it. So if you used it as a lining, it's not going to be like thick and stiff, but it'd be brilliant for that. But just if you get yourself 1.5 meters, 2 meters, that's your boot lining sorted, isn't it? And then that carpet in your boot doesn't get dirty. Absolutely perfect. And we've got it in black as well. And I think that's all the colours. Yeah, that's all the waterproofs, because I've got some canvases as well. So that's all the waterproofs. Now, we've also got plain canvas fabric in a host of colours. I'm going to show you the mustard one to start with. This is the one I got confused. This is a lovely canvas. So it's £4.49 for 1/2 metre. It's heavier weight than a quilting weight cotton, obviously. I think it's about 260 grams, something like that. So it's a heavier weight, but it's not super stiff. It's not like your yacht canvas. So it's really nice for making bags. It's also great for dressmaking. It's really good for little lightweight jackets. Makes a lovely pinafore. It's that really nice sort of little bit of stiffness without too much weight. It's still got a little bit of drape, so it's not like your really thick yacht canvas, but it is really good for dressmaking, as well as bags, cushions, anything that you want canvas for. What's the width of this one? I think it's 150, 147. 140 centimetres wide, that's the width of it. Nice colour as well, this one. It's a real sort of mustardy ochre. But again, perfect for your bag making, even if it's just the bottom section. So that's it in ochre, and then we have it in all of these other colours as well. We've got grey, really nice pale silver grey, this one. Oh, we've called it silver. Silver cloud on a rainy day. It should be called Every Cloud. That one's called Every Cloud. I think, in fact, we should... Fiona says, morning, Rebecca, if you make a bag using waterproof canvas, can it hold water from a wetsuit? Well, I don't know why not. I mean, it held that water, so I don't know why. I guess you've got the issue with the seams. I wonder whether you should French seam it too. Or you can tape the seams, but I can't see why not. I mean, it's not going to be like 100% like those wash bags, those... It's not a wetsuit fabric, but it's very, well, you can see from that, it's going to be enough to keep the damp out, isn't it? So I would have thought so. We should get you guys, we should do a competition. Could you please name our fabrics? I think your ideas would be much more imaginative. Every Cloud. Right, this one is red, but I would say this is strawberry because it has got a little bit of pink in it. But you know those beautiful, ripe, proper Wimbledon strawberries that you pour double cream over and sprinkle a bit of sugar? It's that colour. So it's red, but strawberry. £4.49. Now, this is my favourite colour. This is gorgeous. This is Kingfisher. This is Kingfisher, the bird of Redditch. How many towns have their own bird? Well, the bird of Redditch is the kingfisher. It's Kingfisher teal. It's the depths of the deepest oceans. It's peacock. I think Kingfisher teal would be nice. I have seen a kingfisher, yes. That's gorgeous, isn't it? And how about those two together? That's gorgeous, isn't it? Love those two colours together. Then we have clotted cream. The next block, for the people who just asked, is going to be in 10 minutes' time, at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we will be doing the next block of the month, thread spool block. Clotted cream, this one, because it's a really nice, rich cream. It's not yellow. It's just a very rich cream. I like that. I mean, in fact, if that goes with all of the colours because it's nice and soft. See? Right, the other 3 colours. I mean, that clotted cream would be ideal for a plain bag that you wanted to embellish with the plique or embroidery, because it's just a really nice blank canvas. It would also be really nice for embroidery, particularly if you were doing like crewel work, because it's got a really nice weight to it. Right, then we've got it in grey. This is a darker grey to the silver. This is Welsh slate. Have they called it pewter? No, no, it's the slate on a Welsh cottage in the rain. That colour, you know, when they just get that really lovely deep colour. Yeah, Ollie says it's primary school trousers grey. Yeah, no, it is primary. It is school uniform grey. But don't they look lovely together? And I often think, you know, when you make it, so if I was making a bag in this silver, I'd buy some of the darker and have that as the sort of the section at the bottom. And then I'd use that for the straps. Just looks a bit classier, doesn't it? But remember, great for dressmaking. Classic navy. We just have to call it classic navy. Classic navy. I'll move my pink out of the way, you guys might be confusing you. And then finally, baby pink. Baby pink, which looks very lovely. If you wanted to make a 3-tone bag, I'd put grey at the bottom, then I'd put the pink, and then how about the clotted cream at the top? It looks like a Neapolitan ice cream, doesn't it? But wouldn't that look amazing if you did a jacket or an A-line skirt in those 3 colours? Colour blocking is so cool, isn't it? Love that look together. Just get yourself half a metre of each. Beautiful. Right, bag chains. We have 2 bag chains. We have gold and we have silver. I'll start with silver, which is called nickel. It is 120 centimetres long, and you get 1 of them. I'm going to open them up. Sorry, Levi. The thing is, I'm allowed to open them up, he says, as long as I don't rip the packaging. If you ever try to open these without ripping the packaging, it's like nigh on impossible. There we go. So these are them. Now, they've got, that one's got a bit tangled, right. On the end, they've got these little clips. Because the problem is with these things, you know, when you see them in shops and they're all packaged, you have no idea how they work. They've both got like a little clip, so you could clip them round a D-ring. You could clip them to your glasses, couldn't you? How cool would that be? You could clip them to the glasses. You could clip one end of them to your keys or your wallet and attach the other end inside your bag so you don't lose them. I always put in my bags now a key strap with a lobster clasp on to attach my keys, because I open my bag, and because it opens, because I've got a little rucksack across the top, quite often my keys fall out. But absolutely ideal. But again, if you've made like a really pretty dainty little evening bag and you don't want a really big bold strap, how about just getting the chain? Now if you want to shorten it, I don't know whether you can, whether they're joined. No, they're complete rings. I'm saying you can open them up. Aren't they lovely though? But I like the fact they've got the clasp on the end. 120 centimetres. It does say bag chain, but they would be really good for keychains as well, wouldn't they? So that's the silver one. Now we're on single figures of that one. So if you want one of those, be quick. And we've also got it in gold. The same thing, so I won't get that one out. Exactly the same thing, but in gold. £3.49, 120 centimetres long. Less than 30 of this one left, so be quick with that one. But it would be ideal. And in fact, you know, if you haven't got a ring or so, inside your bag, you could just sew a little ring and you could attach this to one end and pop your keys on it and you don't lose them. Or whatever you don't want to lose in your bag, put it on the end of your purse, because the little clip that's inside it you could easily put on the end of a zip. You know that little hole that you get in a zip that you could really keep them safe. So those are the silver chains and the gold chains. Now, we've got loads of other tapestry fabrics as well. I haven't got time to go through, really. Actually, can we just do this one? Because I've had my eye on it. Then we'll have a break. I love this one. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, this comes in 3 colourways, but I think it's beautiful. Charles Voysey Birds Dove Deluxe Tapestry. So this is the right side, but look how lovely the wrong side is. Is it the wrong side? I don't know. Beautiful though, isn't it? That is crying out to be a Mary Poppins bag, isn't it? If you were making a weekend bag, you know, like a nice barrel bag, that is beautiful. Look at the price, £8.49 for half a metre. It must be 150 centimetres wide. It's wide. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I'll show you the other 2 colourways because I know it's going to be tricky. I think that is beautiful, an amazing price. Be really nice for covering dining room chairs as well. We've also got it in green, azure. So you could buy all 3 to cover your chairs, couldn't you? Or cushions, or piano stools, that kind of thing. That's the azure, and finally, wine. Now, we've got lots of other tapestry fabrics as well as all the hardware. Just go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, and it's all there. We're running them all through now, but we need to go to a quick break. I'm going to be back with you in a few minutes' time. It is time for part 3 of the Sample Quilt Block of the Month, where we will be doing thread spool. There are 3 of them. There's one of them. I'm going to show you how to do that. Do get checked out. We've also got the block keeper and blocks 1 and 2. I'll be going through them in the next hour, but they are also available on pre-order. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Don't forget, if you've been missold PPE insurance, then call this number on... Oh, hi! I'm just in my other day job. Bex, I've got a present for you. I did some manager specials today, and I did a special deal on some H640. Just to let you know, you can do the same deal today. Whoa! Anyway, then don't forget to call this number 0800.
Okay, that's brilliant, wasn't it? Love that video. Thank you very much, Ian. Right. Special Ian's deal, H640. Thank you very much. We'll get to that in a moment. But before that, we'll do the block of the month. Just turning Ben down, he's shouting at me. That's better. Right, now the sampler quilt. If you've been following, we're on block 3. It's the thread spools, which I'll show you in a moment. If you haven't been following, the way that the sampler quilt block of the month works, shall I go over and show you the quilt? Right? So this comes in 2 colourways, China Blues and Country Garden. China Blues is what you can see in the screen. This is Country Garden. So Country Garden has an ivory background and all the prints are very pretty floral pinks and purples and blues. We've split it into 12, so you collect one every month. And I've chosen the 12 of, well, my favourite traditional blocks, and also ones that use slightly different techniques, so that you learn different techniques as you go along, but you practice and practice and practice them. And by the time that you've finished making this, you are going to be patchwork perfect, let me tell you. So each month you make 3 blocks. So we started off in month 1 with the flower blocks, month 2 with the carpenter's star blocks, and this month we're doing the thread spool blocks. And by the end of the 12 months, you will have made 36 blocks, and the whole quilt is 84 inches. Can't remember now. 84 inches. At the end, we will also sell a panel that has the sashing strips, the little the fabric for that, the 4 corners, and the binding, which we've pre-printed so that you get a proper scrappy binding like that. So it all matches together. Now, the way that we created this was I designed all the blocks. A lot of them are traditional designs, so I just rejigged them so they would fit into the right format. I chose 3 different ones, so for things like where we did the thread spool, there were 3 different styles of thread spool. I then gave it all to Amy because we decided that the only way that you can make a sampler quilt hang together and blend together is by designing all the fabrics. So she had all of the blocks with her, and then she redrew them all out, and then she created the fabrics. There were, I think, 13 different prints. They're not obviously all used in every block, but throughout the block they all go together. So she worked out how the prints work. She had to change the scale of the prints. So the blocks and the prints were all designed in tandem. And then I thought, well, the only way that you're going to be able to understand what's in my head is if I make the whole quilt. So then I had to make both quilts. So this is the Country Garden. So even if you haven't joined me yet, we've got block 1 and block 2 and block 3. So this is Country Garden, and each month you'll see all of them. I'll show you when I get to the end of this hour what we're doing next month, because obviously I had to design them, make them all in advance. But it's a really good way. You'll learn half square triangles, quarter square triangles, flying geese. You'll learn a little bit of applique. What are we doing this month? Snowballing corners. You'll learn all different sorts of things. So I haven't done it so it's really complex. I haven't put anything really difficult in. But you're going to learn those basic patchwork, how to cut width of fabric, how to subcut, how to do half square triangles, how to press seams, how to chain piece, how to nest seams, all of that sort of thing. So it's your basic how to do patchwork. But because it's achievable, you've only got to make 3 blocks each month. Then if you've got a whole month to do it, then you can collect all of them. So that's the Country Garden. Have we got a picture of the China Blues? So there's China Blues as well. Let me just show you a picture of that. That was hanging behind me in the previous hour. That's China Blues. Now, the prints, the designs are exactly the same. They're just in a different colour. Because we started off with China Blues, because I love blue and white, it's my favourite thing. And then I said, well, let's do something a bit prettier. So Amy designed, she designed both of them. The prints are actually exactly the same. They're just different colours. But it is really, the way a sampler quilt worked originally is that when people learnt new blocks, when they were learning patchwork, they would make one of each of these blocks as a practice and then join them together. So it was kind of like their workbook, so they could see what blocks they liked, which ones they didn't. So if you make a sampler quilt, you've got like a It's like a quilter's work of art, isn't it? And then the great thing about it as well, oh, I keep losing my sound. I don't know what's going on. No, I can hear you just really quiet. No, I think it's my connection. There we go. So you can collect them all. The great thing is as well, because obviously it comes with the instructions. On the panel, you'll have all the large fabric pieces, which you then need to cut to the right size. If you like a particular block, you think, oh, I'd like to make that again, keep the instructions. All the measurements are in there. So if you've done last month, like, or the first month, maybe you loved the sunflower block, you can make a whole quilt just of those, but using your own fabric. So it's like a quilt library. By the end, you will have the instructions of how to make 36 blocks. So let's start with the thread spool block. I'm going to do it in Country Garden to start with. So these are the blocks. Right, already half of the stock of this has gone, so you need to be quick. So it starts off with a large thread spool. So this is the easy one. Make that one first. Then it goes on to the stacked thread spools, which are made in the same way as the large thread spool, but they're just little and stacked. So once you've learnt the technique for that, that's easy. And then to add a little bit of difference, we've gone for the twisted thread spool, which the thread spools are made in a very similar way, but you make these four all the same, but you just twist them, and then they have little blocks. So quite simple. I'm going to show you in a moment how to make them, but quite simple to make. No half square triangles. And if all of you did Carpenter's Star Block last month, made loads of them, it's just snowballing corners. This is a fairly simple one to make, but it is the ultimate sewist block, isn't it? Because it's a thread spool. So let me show you what the kit looks like and what you get. So this is the panel. Now, because we've designed the fabrics that they all go together beautifully, they're all on. Oh, that's the Carpenter's Star Block. Oh, how have I done that? How have I done that? I've got them mixed up, that's why. That's the flower. Right. We'll come back to that one. Okay. Dear me. Right, this is the thread spool block. So the way that it worked, because in order to do piecing like this, if we printed the actual pieces out, I couldn't guarantee, because when you press fabric and it goes through the printer, it can distort slightly. So we've given you whole pieces of fabric that are a little bit bigger than you need. I worked out how much you needed and then added about an inch around the top and bottom. So you've got enough to be able to straighten off and cut. Obviously you haven't got like twice as much, but you've got enough. And then they're labelled. So you've got fabric 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are all the pieces you're going to need for the whole block and all the prints. And this is the only way when you do a sampler quilt, because you need all the fabrics to have that same sort of feel and colour so that the whole thing hangs together. And because we can print them, then we know that it all works. So there's all the fabrics that you will then cut into pieces for your thread spool. Because what I like with this one is that obviously all of the prints in Country Garden, they're all like really, really pretty prints. But we needed some. We've got like a dark print and a light, because there are lots of bits. So these are for the thread spool ends. And there are lots of different elements on our blocks where you need these. Like we needed it for the sea and the sailboat, the stems and things like that. But you've got these prints as well as all these pretty ones. Some of them are large scale. Some of them are small scale. You also get 1/2 metre of ivory, which is your Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton. And we've chosen that because it goes with the Country Garden really well, but also it's a fabric that we at Sewing Street can buy in every month, so we know it's going to be the same. We've given you a 1/2 metre. You never need 1/2 metre. And in fact, what you'll find while you're collecting it, because that you will have bits left over, and if you're careful with your cutting, by the end you might have fabric left, but we give you a 1/2 metre to give you plenty of space. But you might find that you'll be able to collect, you'll have more left at the end. So it's great value. And then you get full instructions. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter whether you're following China Blues or Country Garden. They are made in exactly the same way. So all the instructions, it's got all of the cutting out. Everything is labelled exactly how to cut it out, how to snowball a corner. Then how to make the large thread spool block. Now, normally with our instructions, we do photos of all the different stages. But for the first time with these, I decided that actually, I think with quilting and piecing, it's easier to do diagrams. So poor Amy had to translate my graph paper rough diagram nonsense into actual proper diagrams. So there are diagrams that use the prints. We've got full block diagrams of both colourways, but it's so much easier to follow when you can see a picture of where should I sew the lines. And then we've got the full block diagrams of them. So there's the twisted thread spools block, the thread spool stack block. There is also, for all of these, there is a full video tutorial. And now you can follow and sew along with me. Amy has divided the tutorial into sections so that you can just forward to the next section. You think, oh, I just want to see how you do that. I show you the cutting out. I show you how to snowball a corner, how to put it together, because sometimes, even however hard I try with the instructions and with the diagrams, sometimes you just need to watch it. It's entirely up to you. You can go onto the Amber Makes website where it is now and watch it before you make it. Obviously, I don't put all the measurements in there because the video tutorials are free for anyone to watch, but all the measurements are in the instructions, so you do need the instructions. But the video tutorial, I think particularly if you're a beginner, is ideal because then you start off with the easiest block, and then that gives you the confidence to try the next one and the next one. Also, last month we started a special Facebook group, which I think the details are on here. We've started a special Facebook group for anyone who is making our sampler quilt. On the back of it, in your instructions, it gives you the name of it, but it's called the Amber Makes Sampler Quilt Block of the Month. So if you go onto Facebook and put that in, join the group. It just means if you've got any questions for us or for anyone else, or you want to share pictures of your blocks, or you want to ask a question, I can't do this, or you want to share photos, we might be able to then put things on there for you if we want to give you anything extra. But do join our Facebook group because I love to see how you're getting on. If you've then used those instructions and made a block in your own colours or something else, then put that on the Facebook group, but do join it because it'd be really nice to have you there. Now, if you want to make the China blue colourway, this is it. So this is the large thread spool. So it grades in colours. So it looks like thread, blue thread. Then we have the thread spool stack. So in the China blue, obviously those of you being collecting will know, but if you're new to it, it's mainly blue. We have these little bits of grey that are used for things like the ends of thread spools that are ideal. But we have a little bit of green as well. It's quite nice. There's several parts where you just need that. When Amy was designing it, she decided you just needed a little bit of extra colour. And it really works because it blends so beautifully with the blue. And it's not as dominant as the blue. There's just bits of green. And because she designed the prints and the colours, once she had all of the blocks drawn out, she could spread them across the quilt so it all hangs together. And she also, once it was designed, she put them in order for me as well. So they're not in order that you make them, but she put them in an order so that they look nice, balanced, laid out. So when you join yours together, you could put them in whatever order, but it was quite nice having it like that she'd done on computer so you could actually see the order before you did it. So you get a little bit of green and these little baby thread spools. And then these are the twisted thread spools. So you get one that way, one that way, one that way, and that way. So who is in the lead, China Blues or Country Garden? Country Garden is currently winning. It's difficult. Right, we have got so many of you got them in baskets. You need to get checked out on these. We have been trying to print more each month. Oh, let me just show you the kit for that one. So in this kit, this is the panel. Now each month, so it's £22.99. Sometimes the panels will be bigger than others depending on what we're doing. So like next month's panel is a lot bigger, but we always will charge you, it's still £22.99 because it depends how much fabric you need compared to like how much cutting and piecing and how much of the background fabric you need. So you'll always get a half read of the background. The panels will change, but they will always be the same price. So this is the panel you'll get. And what I think is great is like with these prints, you only need a little bit of them, but to have that lovely spread of colours throughout, we've had to give you little pieces. With the China blues, you get white instead of ivory, and every time you get the block, you will always get white with the China blues, you will always get ivory with the Country Garden. And obviously full instructions, the instructions, I keep picking up the wrong instructions. I don't know how I'm managing this. Don't know, I keep picking up the wrong ones. And obviously the instructions are exactly the same for both blocks, whichever one you buy. So China blues, you get the panel, 1/2 metre of white, and the instructions. Country Garden, you get the ivory. So that is block 3. Now, I've had loads of you who've asked me, can you make something for me to keep my blocks in? So I did. But I decided I'm not going to do this as a kit. I'm just going to do it as a set of instructions. So it's under our Just Charming range, because it uses charm squares, funny enough. But you can use any charm squares. Now, these charm squares, and I'll show you the panels in a moment, we've created a charm square panel, which has 40 charm squares on it. We've done one panel, we'll do 4 in total across the year. So this panel is the first 3 months. So you've got the flowers, the carpenter's star, and the thread spools. Now, you can also buy these charm squares in the Country Garden. So it's not a kit. You can see how that works. So this is the pattern for the block keeper. Now, in here, let me show you the block keeper. So you've got all the charm squares on the front. On the inside, there's a pocket. And I put a dividing line in mine because then I can fit my instructions in. So if you're following this, it's a really good way of you keeping all the instructions. Because as I said, this is like your quilt library. You can use these over and over. And then brushed cotton. Now, some people use wadding for these. I've used brushed cotton because it's not as thick and I've got lots of pages, but you can use wadding if you prefer. And you can use, I used a brushed cotton sheet. You can buy brushed cotton by the 1/2 metre if you prefer. So it has 2 page covers, and that's what keeps everything inside. And then I've put 6 pages in here so that you can get, because you can put, so these are the block 1, because then you can put some blocks here, some blocks here. So that's 2, and that you'll get 12 in total. There was block 1, which was the flowers. Block 2. So all you do is you put your blocks inside. That was the carpenter's stars. And then you close it, put your pages on top. The blocks will cling. Now, the pages are 14 inches square, so they fit these 12 inches beautifully. Obviously, you could use this for any block of the month you're doing, or fabric pieces. But if you want to put other blocks in, you can. You put the final one on. So there's all these pages. Mine are empty because I haven't done all the blocks yet. I've got as far as block 4, which is in there. Put your page covers over, close it, and then I just put a simple magnetic snap on, and it holds it closed. And then on the back, you've got your charm squares as well. So you can make this with any charm squares. Here's the instructions, $9.99. We've got all the photos of how to do it. It tells you everything you need. If you want to know what other items you need as far as fabric goes, wadding, brushed cotton, if you go onto the product description on this page here, I've listed all of that for you. So all the instructions of exactly how to make it, with some pictures as well, and obviously a full video tutorial. So it's a nice thing to make, to be honest, and it's a really good way. I mean, I made it because I need to keep transporting these all the time, and I was using another block keeper, and I thought, I need a proper one. Right, someone has asked, is the brush cotton we've got on the website too soft? No. No, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Have I got it here? Oh, yeah. There it is. It's beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, it's art. I mean, it is beautiful, this brush cotton, because it's art gallery. Oh, like top quality. No, it's gorgeous. Really beautiful quality. I mean, if you use a brush cotton sheet, it's not as structured So it's a bit harder to hem, to be honest. I mean, I cut mine with pinking shears. It's a little bit harder, but I did it because it's just more economical. But this is beautiful brush cotton because it's art gallery. Right, so you will need, if you want to make one just like this, you are going to need charm squares. So we've got two, I'll show you this one first, the charm square panel. Now we're going to do a new one of these every 3 months, because on the charm square panel, so next month we'll have another one because we're on number 3. On the charm square panel, you've got 40 squares. You've got mini versions of all of the blocks that you've seen so far. So you've got the 3 flowers, so you've got the sunflower, the daisy and blossoms, that was block 1. Then you've got mini versions of the 3 carpenter stars, 1, 2, 3. And then you've got mini versions of the thread spools. And then what Amy's done in the other squares is she's put some of the prints through it. So what I did for my block keeper is I used all the proper squares on the front and the back. And then I used the print squares for like the little tab, the little corners, for the pocket inside. So you will only need 1 charm, because you only need 29 charm squares. So 1 panel is absolutely fine. Obviously, you can use your own fabric. You can, because I decided not to do it as a kit, and then it's up to you how you choose it. So this is the charm square panel. I'm keeping these because at the end of it, I'm going to make myself a mini quilt, exactly the same as the big quilt. I think it'll be amazing. So I'm going to, because you cut all of these out and then join them all together and make a mini version. And it's just lovely to have, isn't it? Because they're so lovely. So that's the China Blues one. Right, we've also got it, because obviously I didn't make a sample I had to make one or the other, and this one's my favourite, I think. Hard to choose. So if you want it in the country garden, this is it in the country garden. So you can make exactly the same block keeper, but using this one. So if you want it to match your quilt, then buy this one instead. And then it's up to you what colour fabric you use. I used a blue for the lining and these borders, but you could pick out and just take from your own stash, whatever. You could just pick out one of these colours to use for that. So it's got, again, all of the blocks. So you've got the daisy, the blossom, the sunflower, the blossom and the daisy. You've got the 3 carpenter square stars, and you've got the 3 thread spools, and they're repeated a few times as well. So you've got enough. Luckily, when I worked it out, I thought, because I needed 9 for the front, 9 to the back, I had enough of these miniature versions to make the whole thing, and then use the other prints for the other parts of it. Or you can just have this for whatever you like. But I have saved mine because I'm going to make a quilt at the end of it. But they're so cute, aren't they? Right, now, did you miss the Ian's deals? Because I'm so pleased he's given this to me today, because it's really useful. You need it for the block keeper. Let's watch this. If you missed this video earlier, it's really funny. Special announcement.
If you've been missold PPE insurance, then call this number on... Oh, hi! I'm just in my other day job. Bex, I've got a present for you. I did some manager's specials today, and I did a special deal on some H640. Just to let you know, you can do the same deal today. Woohoo! Anyway, then don't forget to call this number.
Woohoo! Thank you very much, Ian. Very much. It was great. I love the fact. Maybe I should record a video for him, and then he can play it to him, and we'll just chat by video. So special deal now with the block keeper. To give it its structure, you can use H640. I used a foam interfacing because I wanted it a bit stiffer. Now, this is already reduced at £9.99 for half a metre. So you will need, or you can use either H640 or you can use a foam interfacing. If you want to use H640, this is amazing. So it's already reduced. So on the website, half a metre is £5.99. So a whole metre should be £11.98. Is that right? Yeah. So a whole metre should be £11.98. So £9.99. But yesterday, our special deal that he's let me have today, £8.99 for a metre of H640, which is a fusible fleece. It's got glue on one side. It's brilliant for bag making, for quilt block keeper making, for all sorts of things. If you're doing it as a quilt as you go, you could use this for each of them. £8.99 is an amazing price. We never sell it at that price, so thank you very much, Ian, for having your deal passed on to me now. Marvellous. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Multi-buy, get it at this price while you can, because you will use it for loads and loads of different things. And obviously you can use it, it's up to you whether you use it in the block keeper or not. So you can use wadding, so H640, for the pages, for the covers. Depends how structured you want it to be. I've used a Styleville, so we do have that if you want that. Just because I wanted because I'm travelling with mine, I keep bringing it backwards and forwards, so I wanted it more structured. But you can use either, you just need some form of stabilise. Yes. So you will need, now for the style, you will need a metre. So it's £6.99 for half a metre. You will need a metre for this. It just depends. I mean, it's the same as, it's as foam interfacing. So Bosal in our form, Styleville do exactly the same job. So it just depends on how structured you want it to be, whether you want the wadding or you want the foam interfacing. Either will work. But because I'm taking mine in and out of the car all the time. Now we do have the fabrics there. If you go on to Watch Live, you'll see them. We do have the fabrics that I used for this one. I just popped them in. I used this lovely chambray for the linings, and that one is beautiful. You need a metre of this. Now, this is an interesting one because I meant to order the Rose and Hubble chambray, but I put the wrong code in, and I got this chambray, which I think is more, it's got a really nice weave to it, and honestly, it was so nice to sew with. And because it's like the warp and the weft are different colours, it comes out really beautiful. I think it might be a dressmaking fabric, but it gives a really nice effect. And it wasn't the one I thought I was going to get, but actually it was nicer. Because it gives it a really nice homely look, and the warp and weft gives it a really unusual colour. You need a metre of that. If you want to make it exactly the same, I just thought I'd put them in so you can see. And then for the fabric that I used to bind it, because I wanted to give it a slightly darker edge, for the binding fabric, you need just 20, so you need half a metre. You won't need all of that. And that's just to bind it. But it's up to you, because obviously the instructions will give you all the fabric details and measurements you need. So it's all in. So that's there. Can you put the slate in? There you go. That's the slate fabric. If you want it to be exactly the same. And we've also got magnetic clasps. It's nice to have a magnetic clasp. Oh, now look what I found when I was looking. Love looking around the website. Look at these. Magnetic snaps, 5 for a tenner, and save a penny. 5 for a tenner. You only need one, but that's a bargain, isn't it? £1 each. So what you get with each, for each one, you'll get a male, a female. The female is the one that's more attractive. So that's the female. Sorry to all our male viewers, but it makes me laugh. There's the really attractive female one with the back plate, and there's the equally attractive male one with the back plate. So you'll get 5 sets of those for £9.99. So I put one on mine just because it's a nice way to close it. But if you want 5, what a bargain! It's amazing if you have a really good search, the little bargains that you find. Bargalicious. I don't think that's a word, Ben. Right, now, blocks 1 and 2. So for those of you who have missed out, block 1 is called the flower blocks. So I'll just open my quilt block keeper, because this is where I save them. Flower blocks. So in Country Garden, you will get all the fabric pieces to make the daisy, the sunflower, and the blossom. And remember that once you've made these, obviously you'll have put them in your quilt. Just clear this stuff out of the way. You can use these again because this sunflower, wouldn't that look fabulous in like real sunflower colours? You could put like the dark brown in the centre and you could put all the different shades. So you can use them again and again. I've seen quilts that use this daisy block. Because I said these are traditional quilt blocks that I've just rejigged and moved around slightly just so that they fit within the format and so that it all worked. But they are traditional blocks. And then you've got the blossom, so you can use them all. So that's the flower blocks. And I'm just going to find the panel for you. Oh, look at that. So this is what you will get. You will get full instructions with the flower blocks, everything you need to know, lots and lots of diagrams. Then we've got lines drawn on, so it's easy to see what am I sewing to what. And although this one is in the China Blues prints, the prints are exactly the same. They're just in different colourways, so it's easy to follow. And each set of instructions, we vary the print so you can see, and there are full block diagrams. You will get the panel. So as you can see, if you've only just seen these, this panel is obviously a different size to the one this month. So they might all be different sizes, but it's still £22.99. So there's all the prints. You don't get all of the prints that are in the whole quilt on every panel because you don't need them. You just get what you need. And you get 1/2 metre of Rose and Hubble ivory and your instructions. And as with all of them, there is a free full video tutorial so you can sew them along with me and forward to the bits you need. So if you are new to quilting, this is your beginning. And if you join our Facebook group, I can, I can answer your questions. All our fabulous other people in the Facebook group will be able to answer your questions. So that's the flower block in Country Garden. This is the flower blocks in China Blues. So this is the daisy block. This is the sunflower block. And there's the blossom block. Just got to, oh, there we go. And this is and obviously the instructions for the China Blues, exactly the same, but this is the panel that you will get. So you've got plenty of fabric. I mean, I haven't given you twice as much fabric, but I've done it so I've added fabric around the edges. So save the bits of fabric that you have left over, and then you might you might use those then for other bits if you need a little bit for another one. But do keep the bits you have left over. I keep all of mine in a box because I have made them a little bit bigger so that it's not too tight. And also you get 1/2 metre of white with that one. Right, block 2, which we've reprinted because we completely sold out of those. So this one is Carpenter Star. So I'll just open my block keeper to page 2. There we go. So this is Country Garden in Carpenter's Star. So the Carpenter's Star is a very traditional quilt block. It's one of my favourites. I made a quilt last year using bigger ones of these. And there's 3 different ones, and the only difference is that the colours are the same because the Carpenter's Star is a traditional block that's made in the same way. You have to make a lot of half square triangles. It's fab. And keep these instructions because these look amazing when they're all joined together. So that's it in colourway 1. Colour 2 and colour 3. They are slightly different. In this one, you've got more of different half square triangles, and that one's got less, but the construction is pretty much the same. So that's the Country Garden Carpenter Star blocks, and I did have the panel for that. I think that's the one that I opened up. There we go. So there's the panel for that one with all the pieces you need. And obviously with that one you will get 1/2 metre of ivory fabric, full instructions just like the others, lots and lots of diagrams so you can follow them, so you can see, oh, that's how to make. So I've given you details like how to do 4 at a time HSTs, how to do 8 at a time HSTs, and then you use those instructions, and these are sort of your building blocks so that you can use them to create other designs, full block diagrams, how to make all of them, and again, full video tutorial. So that's the Country Garden colourway. If you want to make the China Blues, this is what it looks like. But please do continue to share your photos of yours on Facebook. I love seeing the ones that people have made. I think it's quite encouraging. And, you know, somebody put on the other day, I haven't even started mine because I'm new. Just give it a go. Just start them. We can all help you. I'll give you advice. Anyway, there's the carpenter star on that, on the full quilt. There we go. So that's your 3 carbon stars, but they look amazing if you join them together. So you could use these instructions to make a whole quilt as well. And the panel for that one is somewhere. Oh, well, that'll be, who knows. Oh, I've got it. So it's really simple. On the panel, it says like fabric 1, and then in the instructions, it will say cut fabric 1 into the following pieces. So you do that. Now, each time you get the print on a different block next month, it might have a different name because there's only so many. They're always called 1, 2, 3. It will make full sense as you do each block. Just follow what it says, fabric 1. So when you cut these out from the panel, it says all this in the instructions. Leave the label above it and cut it out just outside. You don't have to cut exactly on the edge because you will be cutting this, but you need to know what the fabrics are called. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And sometimes you will have way more fabric than you need, just because when Amy's laying them all out on the panel, I give all the sizes, like that's got to be 7 by 8 inches, that needs to be 10 by 12. When she's putting them all onto the panel, sometimes she has to make them bigger so it fills the space. Obviously never small, otherwise you can't make it. So you might find you get more. And obviously with the China Blues, you will be getting 1/2 metre of white. So you'll always get white with China Blues, you'll always get ivory. And in that way, I can make sure that you've got the same prints every time and that you get the same background fabric. So, should we do some sewing? Let's do some sewing. I'm gonna make the big thread spool block because that's the best one to start with because it's the easiest. So what you need to do is cut all of your pieces out. Now it says all of this in the instructions for you. Cut them all out and label them. Now I've printed mine out just so that it makes it easier for me to show you here. But you can just write yours onto a piece of paper. It's just because I've got them on, I mean you could type them out if you like. I've just got them on my computer from writing the instructions. So we've got there's all the background fabric. Now, when you cut out all the block, you will cut out all 3 block pieces at the beginning because it's much easier because, like for fabric 1, you might be cutting 1 piece for the large thread spool block, 2 pieces for the twisted, 3 for the sacks. Cut it all at the beginning and label it. You don't have to type them out. You might even write it in, you know, put large thread and put spool body 1. But if you label them, it's so much easier. So I've cut mine all out in advance. And this is just the large thread spool. When you've cut them all out, put them in a pile so you've got all of each block is together. So you've got all of the large thread spool pieces, all the twisted, and all of the stacked together. And then we're going to start by giving those, mine have got a little bit creased in transit. But the best thing to do for cutting these really is if you don't have a rotary cutter and a mat, this is the easiest way to cut them because you can just do it a lot quicker. Obviously, if you don't have that, you can use a pen and a ruler and a pair of scissors. It's just a lot easier to do that, that's all. Right, so what we're going to do is make the spool ends and we're going to snowball corners. Now in the instructions I explain how to do a snowball corner right at the beginning and then you just follow that. So we've got 4 background fabric. Snowballing corners is basically the way that you cut off a corner to make it an angular triangle shape, and it's easier than cutting triangles and sewing them on because they're less stable when you cut them across diagonally. So I'm doing it this way. So we're going to just make the corners of these thread spools. So just draw a diagonal line from one corner to the opposite corner using I'm using a friction pen for this. You could use a pencil because you'll be sewing along that line. And I'm using one of my rulers. And then we're going to make the top spool. So we've got to snowball the bottom left. So snowballing basically means we're going to cut off the corners. It's quite easy, isn't it? Because the line needs to go. And it says this in the instructions, and it says it all in the tutorial. Top left, bottom right. Pin either side of that because you don't want to, it's easier to sew that into place without taking the pins off. So if you pin either side, you can keep it. And then we're going to snowball the bottom right corner. This is what gives this, so the ends of the thread spool, which would be like the wooden ends in reality, this is what gives them the shape. So I'm going to just sew along those lines. I'm going for a 2.4 stitch length. Just use whatever stitch length that you would usually use for piecing on your machine, and make sure your needle hasn't come unthreaded. Do you know, I did this earlier as well. Right. Oh, I know why. I did thread it earlier. It's obviously jumped out. Happens to us all. Come on. Right. Okay. Brilliant. Right. So along this line. Right, and then for snowballing a corner, this is the best thing to do. Don't trim it just yet, because what you want to do is to make sure that this corner sits perfectly in the other corner. So give it a press to set the seam, because that just makes it nice and flat. Fold this corner over so this corner matches that corner. And that's what it will look like. But by doing that, it means I can stretch it slightly. So it means if the fabric has moved or I haven't sewn exactly on the line, I can pull it across. If you don't do that and you just trim the corner, you can't guarantee. So say I just trimmed this corner and then I fold that over. It might not be in exactly the right place. And if you get this stage right, it makes sewing all the pieces together easier because this is perfect. So if I just trim that off, it might not be exactly in the corner, but I can pull that so it's exactly in the corner and then press it. And then I know it's in the right place. And then you just need to trim the seam allowance. Make sure you fold this one back. I have done it before where I've cut through all of them and I've had to start again. So make sure you fold that out of the way because you're just trimming the seam allowance. So all you want to do is be cutting through the bottom two layers. You don't need to measure it, about 1/4 inch. If you keep that fabric in, it's just extra bulk because you've got 3 layers of fabric in one place. So that is the top spool end. Now we're going to do the bottom spool end, and luckily this is done in exactly the same way. And what I quite like about doing this block of the month is that normally when I'm making a quilt, I'd be making like 12 of these because I'd be making a whole quilt. So, I've got to do this 12 times. The great thing about doing a block a month is you only have to do it once. So with the bottom spool end, you are snowballing the top left and the top right. Now what you'll notice, although I'm telling you in these instructions to snowball the bottom for the top spool end and the top for the bottom, if you turn them round they are exactly the same. Let me just sew this and then this will make sense. I'm just making sure I've got this right now. Yeah. So if you don't have any of this equipment, if you haven't got a ruler for drawing or for cutting or a friction pen, I have put them all in the schedule for you. So if you have a look on the list, I've put a 12.5 inch square ruler in, only because you don't need one as big as that for this, but it's ideal. It's ideal for cutting all the pieces because you don't need a big ruler for cutting all the pieces, quite all little. This one's it's on split pay. No, I didn't put it on split pay, but I think when I put it in the schedule, it was on split pay. It was not supposed to be on split pay. Well, I put this schedule a while ago when we were doing split pay. Yeah. So it's on split pay. It's not supposed to be on split pay. But you know what? I'll show it to you. This is a brilliant ruler because it's big enough. It's a 12-inch square. It's big enough for cutting all the pieces that are on your things. It's $7.99 a month. When I created the schedule and I locked it in, we were doing the split pay. I didn't realise that. I just put the code in. I just put the code in because I like this ruler. It's big enough for cutting the pieces from the panel, but it's small enough so that you can use it for drawing lines, for drawing these little lines. When you're doing half square triangles, which we use for some of the blocks, you can draw the lines. It's got the diagonal line across the middle that's ideal. So it's a kind of a not too big, not too small ruler. So that's why I put that one in. And it's still on split pay, which it's not supposed to be. I don't know how that works. I just put the code in the schedule. How's the H640? How's the H640 going? Have we got any left? Right, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to press it over to the corner. This H640 is flying. And this is the last day to get it on this special Ian's deal that he let me have. Price with a £2 saving. So it must be £11.98 if you buy it by the half metre. Is it? If you buy it by the half metre, it's £5.99. Two 5.99s are £11.98. So that's £3 less. Isn't it? Unless I'm going mad. Right, and then I've pressed them over, exactly the same thing, and then you trim them off, right? So the reason that I've shown you, so that's the top spool end, that's the bottom, and I've shown you to do them by sewing them at the tops and the bottoms, because if I turn them round, look, they're identical. But I just thought, I mean, the prints that you'll get, they're multi-directional. If you're then using this in the future, this block, to use with your own fabric, and you are using a directional print, then you will need to do them to the bottom of the top one and the top of the bottom one. Otherwise, the direction of the print. For this, it doesn't matter, but I just thought it was a good way of showing you. So there's the spool ends done. Right, now we're going to make the spool body. Now, I've labelled all of these because it's really nice to have them in order, because Amy designed them so that the print's graduated in tone. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's lovely, isn't it? Because that's sort of feel like, I know it's a variegated thread, isn't it? So it's graduating in tone. It makes it more attractive. If you want to mix them up, you can. You don't have to do them in that order, but that's the order that Amy designed them in, so that's the order I'm doing them in. So you could write the names of each of them with a friction pen on the back. I've done them like this because for the video tutorial, it's a lot easier for you to see them typed, and I just thought it would be easier for demoing. I'm going to press them because they've got crease. All you're going to do is join these together into a row. So this is a really simple block to make, and this makes an amazing quilt. So when you've made this for this quilt, then use your own fabric and the instructions and make another one. So I'm going to sew 1 to 2, and then I'm going to sew 3 to 4. You can do them whichever one. You can sew 1 to 2, then 2 to 3, and 3 to 4, but I'm going to sew mine in pairs. Just as long as you remember which order they're in, or whichever order you want to put them in. So take your time at the beginning to cut everything. You know, maybe spend the first day. Now, I've put a 1/4 inch seam allowance in these. It's very important to get an accurate finish that you get that right. So check your seam allowance, because sometimes on machines, or you're using your foot, it isn't perfect. So what I do to check that is I draw the 1/4 inch onto my fabric, and then I sew along it, and I make sure that either the 1/4 inch foot or the markings on my needle plate are right. If you're only sewing together a few things, it doesn't matter. But when you're sewing together lots of things, it really does matter if you get it wrong. So once you've sewn it, press it to set the seam. And then with this one, I'm going to press the seam to one side, and I'm going to press it downwards. No particular reason, I just want it going down. It's just quite nice if it's heading down. So press it from that side, and then you can press it from that side. So that's 1 and 2 done. Now I'm going to sew together 3 and 4. And I'm going through this block in detail because the next block, the stacked thread spools, they are made in exactly the same way. They're just smaller and they only have 3 strips on the spool body rather than 4. But other than that, they're made in the same way. So do start, and I do, with all of the block of the months, I do start with the easiest first, so that you always do that one first, because it helps then when you're doing the next one. I mean, some of them are all the same difficulty, to be honest, but I try to do it that way. So I'm going to do 3 to 4. Another way to press your seams to one side is to press the way that you want it to go. So I want it to go that way, so put that one on top and open it up like this. And then you can press it. If you've got it like that, you can push that down. So there's, and this is what you'll see when you watch a video tutorial, so you don't have to remember this. This is what you'll see in the video tutorial, is that I film doing it, and then Amy puts all the videos, joins them together, because that's all the technical stuff I don't know how to do. And then she sends it back to me, and I do a voiceover over it, so I talk you through it. So I just think sometimes you think, can't remember what that is. Right, and then I'm going to sew the bottom of 2 to the top of 3. And then always press to set the seam. Just get into the habit of that. You'll get a flatter finish. Oh, and I want it to go downwards. So the one I want to go down, put that on top, fold it over, and give it a press. Now, somebody did ask me the other day, do you use steam to press yours? I actually don't, only not because I'm precious about it, but I've found that if I use a dry iron and spray it very lightly with water and then press it, you get a slightly better finish. I don't know how you get a better set. Right, once you've done that and you've sewn your body together, you now need to put your spool body sides on. Right, so large thread spool block, spool body side, 2 pieces. So these go on either side like this. So the best way to do this, because they need to go right sides facing, is make sure that you've got that right sides facing and turn it over. And the reason we're going to sew from this side is because this is where all the seams are. And because you've taken the time to press these seams over to one side or open, you can press them open if you prefer, then do sew from the seam side, and then you can make sure that they don't get twisted back again. When you're sewing a whole piece to a seam piece, although it's the same size, the seams pull the fabric slightly, so you're going to have to stretch it a little bit. The best way to do that is pin it together at both ends, and now it looks like that piece is bigger. And it's not, it's just that the seams are pulling it in. So if you put it on your ironing board and then push a pin in, that anchors that end, then pull, make sure the raw edges are matching, and it will fit. Obviously, don't do this if your fabrics aren't the same size, because then you'll be distorting it. But all this is doing is pulling those seams open and flat. Then once you've done that, you can just pin those into place and remove that anchoring pin. And I'm going to sew this one onto the other side at the same time. So you can see that the large thread spool block is really quick. Obviously, with the others, it takes a bit longer because you've got to make 3 for the stacked thread spools, and you've got to make 4 for the twisted. But it's quite a nice process if every month you've just got to make 3 blocks. But, you know, if you think, oh, I don't know where to start, can't get started, just cut it out. Just follow the instructions and cut out the fabric. Once it's cut out and it's all labelled, you'll want to get going with it. And also, I think once you've made one of the blocks as well, it'll give you ideas as you're making it, thinking, actually, I could do a whole quilt with that. Or I really would like to make a little lap quilt with those. Right, reverse stitch on that one, and then I'm just going to do the next one, and then I've almost then finished the block. again, give them a press to set the seams. And then I'm going to press these over to one side. It's entirely up to you. Sometimes it's just how the fabric falls. I feel like they work better going out that way, but you might want them going the other way. It's just that because when you've got a whole piece of fabric, sometimes it works better for those seams to stay where they are because there's more bulk, or you could press them open. So my spool body now looks like a real thread spool. It must be variegated thread. The spool body's done, so I'm now going to put my spool ends on. So the top one goes there, and then the bottom one goes there, like that. Have I got time? Right, okay. Right, so I'm going to put that right sides together. Now, this is just one thing that I would spend time on if I was you, because I want... They're not big pieces, are they? If I sew that into place, these seams will pretty much match up with those seams. But I'm only making one block, so I may as well get it right. So the best way to get it right, take a bit of time, is measure on this top seam. Let me take this out of the way. Measure 1/4 inch down using your ruler or your tape measure, and just put a little mark. I mean, after you've done a few of these, you can judge this by eye, but this is just a really good way of you, if you want to get a perfect match. So that's 1/4 inch down there. Now, that 1/4 inch, because that's where, basically it's 1/4 inch because that's where we're going to sew, is put a pin through where that 1/4 inch is, and make sure it comes out through that seam. If it doesn't, just move it over slightly. So that comes out, and then put that pin through the fabric below. Now you know that that seam's matched. Put a diagonal pin like that. You can take that out now. So that seam's matched, and then pin it together at the end, and then put that pin through. Make sure it comes out on the seam, and then put it through here. You can measure 1/4 inch down, but you'll soon know whether it is because those tops need to match up. If you pull the pin, I mean, for this it doesn't matter so much, but when you're doing it with other things that are a bit bulkier, if you pull the pin, that pulls those together, and then place a pin diagonally like that across. That matches perfectly. Now, pin it at the end, and then you can pin it across the centre. Again, I'm going to use the anchoring method. If you're doing something with a really long piece like this, then you can keep that pin in and then just move the fabric on top to make sure the raw edges are matching. And then what I do, rather than pin them together horizontally, is pop your vertical pins in. You know that's all nicely in place now, and just pull it out. And that's just a really good thing. And that's why I think with this block of the month, several of the techniques I teach you are not just about how to do a half square triangle or whatever. They're sort of sewing techniques that will make your patchwork easier later. Just taking my pin out. Right. Reverse stitch at the beginning of these. And then when you sew this one into place, make sure you sew along that line you drew, which is 1/4 inch to the top. So obviously if you're using your 1/4 inch seam allowance, it will be right, but it's just another way. Sometimes, do you know, with a quilt like this, if you look at my quilt, not all of my seams match up at all. They really don't, because I'm not too fussed. I'd make an effort for them to match up like this, but if they don't, if they're not perfect, well, it's supposed to look homemade, isn't it? It's not supposed to be a printed work of art. So if you've tried to get them like this, you've got a greater chance, but if they don't match up perfectly, well, unless you're entering a quilt competition, doesn't matter. So there we go. I'll press that over to one side like that, and now my seams match up. Sometimes you may find, like when you're doing it like this, that it's harder to get them to open up. And if you find this because there's more bulk, and that's the reason for that, then just press it open. So that's the top thread spool. And then you sew the bottom thread spool on in the same way. Have I got time for that, Ben? Yes. Right. Okay, so I'm not going to measure the 1/4 inch this time because I know what that is. And you'll get used to, well, if you match it up by eye across the top. I can pretty much guess 1/4 inch now, but to start with, I would measure it. But as I said, don't get too hung up about seams matching up. By the time you've sewn all of this quilt together and you've quilted it, you won't notice. The pieces aren't so big that it's going to be really far off. But I think sometimes, I know a lot of you have posted on our page, or I've done this, I'm not sure how neat it is. Do you know what? It doesn't matter. It's supposed to look like a handmade quilt. It doesn't have to be perfect. I think there's a real charm and beauty, isn't there, in quilts where the seams don't, if you look at any of these old quilts, how many seams match up? And unless you're entering a quilt competition, then it really doesn't matter. I don't think I'd enter a quilt competition, the pressure. Can you imagine having it all been perfect and everything matching? That's why when I see quilts entered into competitions, I really admire the people that have made them, because they must have spent so long getting them perfect. I just don't think that's me. Right, so I'm sewing the final thread spool. Just remove the pins before you sew over them, because they're horizontal, and then reverse stitch at the end. And I said, when you press it, it's up to you whether you use steam or not, but I find a spray of water seems to work more efficiently. Ow, that's hot. Right, and then to finish it off, so my thread spool is now finished, but it's got to be square because the block, isn't it? So you have these two pieces called the thread spool block side borders, and you sew one on that side, and then you sew one on the other side. And that is your thread spool block done. And one of you, I'll just go and get the others, which I've probably lost. I don't know, are they in my block keeper? No, I don't think they are. I don't know what I've done with them. You'll have to move me over so I've got time to go and look. You'll have to come over with me. No, I want to find them. There they go. There they are. What a mess. Right, so when you make, so there's the large thread spool block. So when you make the, the stacked one, yeah, can you see they're exactly the same? They've got the little corners, exactly the same. It's just they've only got 3 because they're not as big. So these are made in exactly the same way, but you put pieces of fabric either side and between, and that's what creates the stacked look. But once you've made it big, then making it small, I've got it upside down, just to confuse matters. There you go. Doesn't really matter. Once you've worked out how to make them big, making them small is really easy. And then this one is made in almost the same way. The difference is that these are very diagonal. You haven't got that little bit cut off. But it's the same method. So once you've learned that one. So I quite like the thread spool block because it's quite easy. So that is all for this month. But I want to show you, before we go, next month. So next month, we will be on May the 13th. And these are the blocks. I'll just get them for my my quilt block keeper that I handily made. I knew it would come in handy. When a few of you asked, I thought, well, I'm going to make one because I really need one to transport everything in. So number 4 is Dresden plate. I love a Dresden plate. This is the Country Garden colourway. So what I've done for this one is these little leaves are called blades or wedges. I'm going to call them blades. And you have different numbers of blades depending on what Dresden plate. So I've done 3. So this is a 16 blade Dresden plate with a large circle. So it looks a bit like a sunflower, doesn't it? And then you make the I've mixed them up. Then you make, I've mixed those 2 up, the 20 blade Dresden plate. So it's 20 the blades with the circle, little centre, And then you make the 24 blade. So, which is, I love this Dresden plate. Once you've done it all, the whole lot is appliqued, which basically sewn onto the background fabric. So this is a really different one to make. It's not half square triangles, it's not it's not cutting straight things. You're given the templates for the blades and the templates for the circles. It's quite easy to do because we've worked out all the maths and the templates. That's Country Garden. And then for China Blues, that's the 16 blade. That's the 20 blade, and that's the 24 blade. So you'll have the templates for all of these, but they look fab. Shall I show you on the quilt? I've got to find them now. There's one of them. There's the Country Garden one. Can you see that one? But they just give a different feel because they're circles. You know, when you've got things like the thread spool, there's a real block, and then this is a circle. It just gives a different balance to the quilt. You know how you can't actually see them? I think they're on the bottom. There's one right on the bottom and one down here. So that's next month, May the 13th, if you need to remember. Thank you so much for joining me with this. Please join the Facebook group, because if you've then got any questions at all, we'll be able to answer them. I'm going to see you back here in a few minutes after the break, where we've got loads of kits, all different sorts, particularly the velvet ones. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Don't forget, if you've been missold PPE insurance, then call this number on... Oh, hi! I'm just in my other day job. Bex, I've got a present for you. I did some manager's specials today, and I did a special deal on some H640. Just to let you know, you can do the same deal today. Whoa! Anyway, then don't forget to call this number, 0800...
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it. Or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia. Or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome, Sewing Street. Thank you for joining me for this. We're a bit late, aren't we? The other hour went over. So I've got a load of Amber Makes kits here that actually Hayley chose. Hayley chose her favourite ones, so these are the ones that we've got today, including some of the velvet ones, which we haven't done for a while. But I'm going to start off with the Beach Hut tote. Now, it's been flying. Now, let me show you the Beach Hut tote, although I have got a little story about this. So the Beach Hut Totally Tote, the way it is, I designed this is one of the first ones we did, because it is the Totally Tote. It's big enough, it's smaller, it's not too big, it's got a nice deep box bottom so you can get things in it. It's got large enough handles so that you can carry it. It's great for taking to the beach. I made myself one to take on holiday last year. It's perfect. It has a printed lining, because that's nice, isn't it? It's got a it's got a pocket, and you can either put a zip in it or not, depending on what you want. It's even got printed, so it says secret things, I'll show you, in the pocket. And it's got, that's what the pocket looks like. This is all on the panel with a Beach Hut. It also has a matching zip pouch, because when you've got your bag, you need to be you might be putting your foreign money in there, you might be putting your makeup in it, or it's quite good for fitting in like one of those portable phone chargers, or you might be putting your cables or something. And that matches as well. It's got the lining exactly the same as the main bag. It's even got that little box bottom. So it is like the Totally Tote beach huts, but the secret with this one is, when we had it printed, I said it looks like it's really miserable weather. Don't you think the sky looks like a bit like it's about to rain? And I know it's Britain and all of that, but we need to pretend. So this was my sample that I made, and then Amy adjusted the colours, because I said, let's pretend there's always sunshine by the sea in Britain. So this is the colour your bag will actually be, which is much more optimistic, isn't it? But what I should have done was remake the sample, and I never did. So although this one looks, but this is the joy of the printer, isn't it? Is that we can change these colours. So it now looks sunny. So although it is exactly like this, yours will look like the beach hut on a sunny day. So what you get in the kit is the printed panel. Now, the good thing about this is one of the first ever Totally Totes we did. Since we've done them in lots of different designs. This is the original price, $19.99. The ones that we've done later, although the fabric's the same, the instructions are the same, as they are more, but they haven't increased the price. Go with it. Take advantage of it, because later ones are more. Anyway, so you'll get the bag outer front. You get the base that you sew on because it looks more structured. You've got the lining pieces that are in this lovely matching deck chair print. And there's the bag back with all your deck chairs and your beach huts. Then you've got the handles. There's the mini one. So you've got the front and the back and the handles. And then you've got the pocket that says secret things. And then you get some bonus beach huts as well. And the lining for that bit. The instructions come with a full video tutorial, which we didn't do right at the beginning, but later on I redid it. So when we did the first Totally Tote, we didn't do one, but you will get a full video tutorial. Everything you need to know, how to cut it out, how to sew it together, how to make the zip, make the little zip purse with the tutorial as well. $19.99 for that. And that is, if you see any of the later Totally Totes and more, so I'm surprised this one hasn't gone up because the panel's just as big as all the others. So these are original prices. So go with it. So I think Hayley's put in two Totally Totes. Now with this one, I've put H640 in this one. So you can choose. You can put no stabiliser in it at all. And if you don't put any wadding or anything in, it will fold up and fit into this little zip purse. So it's quite good if you want to have a little shopping bag you can take. If you want it to be have a little bit of soft structure, put some wadding in, and then, or H640. And then what I did is I quilted around the lines on the edges of the beach huts to give them a bit of structure. Remember that the H640 today is an amazing price, $8.99 for a metre. You will need for this, I'm pretty sure, you will only need half a metre for one of these bags. So get that today, $8.99. Have we got the code for that? Yes. Because that's Ian's deal special price that he's let me have today. Might not get that. Well, I don't think we'll get it tomorrow. $8.99. Now, lots of the kits that I'm showing you use the H640 because I love using it for things like bags and structured items. It's easy to use. You can quilt it without having to put a backing fabric on, which is great. So like with this bag, I could quilt around all the beach huts, then put the lining fabric on. So make the most of that while you can. $8.99 for half a metre. So that's the beach hut. We've also got the hot air balloon Totally Tote as well, which is this one here. This one is exactly the same colour as it was at the start and finish. Now this one, it's got beautiful hot air balloons flying over a meadow. It's got a really nice turquoisey linen effect bottom, and on the back you've got hot air balloons on the straps. The lining is hot air balloons, obviously. With this one, I put the zip in. You don't need to put the zip in if you don't want. You can, or you don't have to put the pocket in at all. And that's what your pocket looks like on the inside. Secret things with an umbrella. And obviously, it comes with its matching little zip case. With this one, because I wanted a more structured finish, I used, you can use Bosal in our form or Styleville, but you see how if you use the Bosal, or the, well, it's foam interfacing is the generic term, then you just get like a more structured, so it becomes a bit more like a basket. And then you get the matching zip case. The panel, massive, still $19.99, because this is one of the original ones. I'll hold it up so you can see. That's the panel. So the lining pieces are the same size as the outer pieces once they're sewn together. So I know a few people have bought these kits and they've used the lining to make a second bag and then use your own fabric to line the other them, because this is a really nice print. But if you want it all really, really matchy, then just use the panel, the whole panel. So you've got the handles, you've got the secret pocket, you've got the zip purse pieces, which are perfect miniatures of the outside, because I like that one. Something's exactly the same bit in miniature. And again, you will get full instructions, which come with the video tutorials. So if you're new to sewing, this is a really good way to get started. Right, next. The sewing bookcase. I've got 3 of those. Let me just go and get them. Okay. These I designed so that you could use them as little sewing cases to take away with you when you go travelling, or to put in your workbox, or to give as a gift for somebody, but that look like a little book. I just think it's cute. It's all about the cute factor. So when you open it up, it's like a proper book, 'cause it's got a cover, but it has little pockets here, so you can put like thread in it, a pair of scissors. There's a pocket here. You can put other items in. You can use this as a pin cushion, and then may your bobbin always be full, with little messages as well. And then there's pockets on the back as well, so you can put your sewing kit in here. Scissors, needles, threads. You can use it just as a pin cushion, so you could keep it like, if you're hand sewing at home, maybe you're doing HP, where did I get that from? I was on H640. Maybe you're doing EPP, and you could use this as a little pin cushion to put your pins in, and then it just has a little clasp that zips it up. My sewing book. Now, the kit is somewhere. The kit is somewhere. So these are kits. So some of the kits, I'll find it in a minute. There we go. This is one of the kits that we make ourselves. So this is actually printed on a Panama cotton canvas. So it's got a little bit more weight. Let me show you. So in the kit, you bonus this one is. So we came up with 3 mini kits. So we did the sewn bookcase, the fabric clip case, and the notebook cover. And these are the ones we have left. So what you get in it, no, it's not a canvas, this one actually. I lied. It's a cotton. I think it is. No, it's the cotton. It's not the canvas. But it's quite a nice weight cotton. So what you get, let me show you the panel, and then I'll show you the little extra thing you get. So this is the panel. It's got everything that you need on it, book cover, outer, but it's a really nice weight. It is a cotton, but it's a really nice weight. You've got the pages, the linings. You get, because it's our mini kit, it will all come, if you want to gift it to someone, it will all come in a box like this. And you get the full instructions, and you get a pair of embroidery scissors, stalk scissors. $14.99 for that whole kit, and they're really good sharp scissors. So when we were packing them, I bought these little tubes and put them on the end of each pair of scissors, because they're really good sharp scissors. Because the reason we did that is because they fit. We bought them specially so they fit in the pocket. So they come in the kit. Full instructions, a mini set obviously to fit in our mini boxes, and obviously full video tutorial. So $14.99, you get to make that little one, and you get the scissors. And it's just a really nice little kit to have. Right, it comes in 3 colourways. So the red work one, this is lovely. I love this one. Let me show you the book. My sewing book. Just take it 1 stitch at a time. So there's the little pages. Happiness is handmade. So again, you've got all of the pockets, you've got the pages, so it looks like a proper little book. But it's a really cute little way to have a sewing case, a mini one. And this is what it looks like in the kit. It will come in this square box. You will get the panel. But the colour, when we print on this cotton, the red is so vibrant and the prints show up really well. It's come out beautifully, hasn't it? And I think the red work design that Amy does has come out really well. You also get all these extra little bits that you can use for applique. Obviously, you get the scissors as well. Now, these scissors often cost like £7, £8.99 on their own. But obviously, because we bought a few, then we could pass that saving on to you. So there's the red work one. And then they're a really nice kit to gift somebody, I think, because they come in the box. And then the last one is Be Happy, because I thought with this that some people might want to use it, not necessarily for sewing, you might want to keep other things in it. So we just did one that's just like a little book. So be it. So this is our lavender bee. So it's got the little bee. And the pocket, you see, is designed so that when you sew it onto the cover, it matches. So you've got your two. You can make these dividing lines. You can make this one big pocket or two small ones. Even busy bees stop and smell the roses on the back. So you keep what you like in it, really, can't you? But it's really nice little book. You could have all three of them because they have things on their spines and put them on a bookcase. This is what the bee one looks like. And there we go. There's the scissors, and then this is the panel. But the print, it's printed out so beautifully, and the colours have come out really well. This sort of mauvey grey. Even the lining has got little bees all over it. So that's the bee one. Now, I've got one of our other mini kits. We launched them last year and sold absolutely loads of them. So it is the mini notebook cover in red work, which I'm just going... 4. Literally 4. Right, well, I'll show you what they look like for those 4 people. This is so cute because in this kit, this is in our beautiful red work design. It covers an A6 notebook with it, and it's got a little pencil pocket, and there's a pocket on the back. But let me show you the kit. I love this one. In the kit, you get the red A6 notebook, and you get the pencil. Because it's so cute, isn't it? You have to have, and it's got a rubber on it. There's a mini pencil that goes in. We bought them this, and I wanted them to have rubbers on as well. I think they're actually golfing pencils. See, and they fit just perfectly in there. That's what they're for. So this is there's the kit. So it's all printed on there, but the red on this cotton fabric is so vibrant, isn't it? It's come up really well. You will need a few extra things. All of that information is on the website. You will need sewing thread. Actually, I was thinking about that. I didn't put wadding in this one, decided not to. But you will get the little red notebook in your kit and a pencil as well. But we've only got 3 of those left. It's the cutest thing, isn't it? But I like a little A6 notebook. And you know what? Once you've filled all the pages up, you can just, it comes with a ribbon as well. You can just buy a leather notebook and slip inside it. Right, that's those. What should we do next, Ben? Yeah, let's do the velvet pouch sets because we've had the Busy Bees reprinted. Because this has been sold out for a while, but we had to wait until we'd got enough velvet to be able to do all of them. So let me just find... I'm trying to find... Ah, there we go. Right, so let me show you what the velvet pouch... So I designed this a while ago. The idea was I wanted to design something that could be a wash bag size or a sewing kit size. But because I couldn't decide on the size, in the kit you get both sizes. So you get the wash bag, And then you get the makeup bag, or you get the large sewing kit and the small sewing kit, or you get all of your charger cables, but whatever you want. Then what we did, so you get the velvet, so the bee one has a navy velvet on the outside printed with these beautiful bees. And the great thing is Amy's designed it, so when I gave her the print, I said which way the bees need to go up from when it all joins round. So all the bees are going the right way round. There's a handle, and then the small gold one has got that bee on the outside. But then we needed lining, so we also give you in the kit the printed cotton, because you don't want velvet on the inside. There's a printed cotton lining. The navy one has a gold print cotton, and the gold one has a navy print cotton. And I've designed them in such a way so that they haven't got, some of these boxed bags have like bound seams. I don't like that. I don't think it's very neat. So I've designed it so it's not like that. And you get 2 little charms. Shall I show you what your kit looks like? This is what this is a new one. So this is what your kit will look like when you get it home. It has a zip on the back. So you just undo the zip. And then that's your kit. So in your kit, this is what you'll get. You'll get a velvet panel, and this velvet is super soft. It's a polyester velvet, so it doesn't fray, but it's really super soft, and the quality of the printing is amazing. It's beautiful. So you've got the wash, we've called it the wash bag and the cosmetic bag, but obviously you can use whatever you like. So there's the wash bag, front outer and back outer. There's the cosmetic bag, and obviously the pieces for the strap, the handle. So you get that piece. So I think for £24.99, there's a lot in this. You also get the cotton fabric for the lining. So the large bag has the golder lining, and the small bag has the navy lining, and you get the pieces for the little bag charms, because everybody needs a bag charm, don't they? Little bag charm. Let me just turn that round. But they're just the loveliest matching set, I think. I'm probably going to fold this back wrong, aren't I? So you get the velvet outer. You don't want velvet on the inside, so we put this printed cotton lining. You obviously get full instructions here, everything you need to know with full video tutorial, all in the box. So they just make a really nice set for you to have yourself, whether you use them as a wash bag or whether you use them for something else. But they're quite nice because they open. The reason I designed them like this is because they open nice and wide, so you can see everything inside. I'll pop one inside the other. So that's the bee one. Now, we have got them in other prints as well. So the other prints are... Oh, someone's messaging say they put Odacoat on the linings to make them waterproof. That's a really good idea. I know other people who have made 2 because the outers and the linings are the same size and used their own like ripstop for the inside. So you could do that. Right, Indian Elephants wash bag kit. So exactly the same concept, only it's Indian elephants. So this is the large one. There we go. It's got the Indian elephants on the front. Undo the zip, and then this is the and then it's got a printed cotton Indian elephant lining, and then the little one I don't know whether, do you want me to open the kit for this one or not? Don't we need to? It's exactly the same concept. You get the velvet on the outside, you get the lining on the inside. So there's the big one. And there's the small one. And they feel so nice. So you will need to provide your own zips, but if you go onto the website here, it will tell you exactly what else you need, the same sizes. I haven't put wadding in these because they're velvet. I like the softy squishiness of them, but I know plenty of you who have put velvet in, so that's entirely up to you. But that's the Indian elephant version. Then there's jungle animals. So on this one, have you got that one? Yes. So on this one, you've got a leopard and 2 toucans on one side. And there's him going the other way. But I love the way, so like on this, we've got on the strap, you've got the lovely flowers. And the print has been done so that when you make it, all the print goes in the right place. And this one has a toucan for its little handle. Then if we open him out, this is the lining. I love the lining. And obviously you get the printed cotton lining. So you get the printed cotton lining that's pink with jungly leaves and leopards. I love this one because I love the way that the print sort of ombres up to the zip. So it sort of starts off green and goes to a grey and then goes to a pink. And, you know, if you made something like this just out of normal fabric, you wouldn't get all the prints in the perfect placements. That's why I love these, the fact that we can print them because we can get them just right. This is the little one that comes with it. So you've got flamingos and toucans. Loving flamingos. I mean, these jungle prints are so in, aren't they? You see them everywhere, and you can make your own. That one has a leaf. And then on the inside, you've got a dark green cotton lining with flamingos. So again, you know, if you want to make, if you use your own lining fabric, you could make yourself a cotton print one and a velvet print one. So that's the jungle animals. And then the final velvet pouch set is the hummingbirds. So I love the colours on this one. So it starts off quite deep purple and then moves up. There's your beautiful hummingbird, moves all the way up top and it gets lighter. And obviously the hummingbirds are feeding off the wisteria. So the wisteria starts in the centre of the pouch and moves down. And it has and its little strap, its handle, look, has got, oh, you're on there, no, has got hummingbirds on it. And then if I open it up, oh, the lining, look at this, how bright that is. You've got an amazing teal cotton lining. I mean, I just think this looks like some kind of designer bag, doesn't it? Because of the colours. The little one starts teal. It's got the hummingbirds and the wisteria. It's that shade of teal is glorious, isn't it? And then on the inside, it has a purple lining. So there we go. So I know there's lots of you who've bought several of the designs because they do make great gifts. It's sort of things, think, wow. $24.99. And you get all the velvet and all the cotton as well. Right. Which one do I like? Let's do the giraffe tote and then I'll go on to some more velvet. Just because I love this one. This is one of my favourite kits, and we keep selling out of it and we've got it back. I love this. There's only 10 of them, so I'm just going to do it really quickly. When we decided to do an animal handle bag, the first one is got to be a giraffe because it just works so well. So the handle is the neck, and then he's looking upside down, and he does the same on the back. It has a box bottom, but I decided to do it's a slightly different way of doing a box bottom, with you get that nice little pleat. Then on the inside, let me turn it inside out because then you can see. But on the inside, you've got the giraffe print. So there's a lot in this bag, $22.99. You get a slip pocket with the giraffe's head on. And you get a zip pocket, which you can put a zip in or not if you want. So there's loads. So it's got 2 pockets, fully lined. These are the instructions. It comes with a full video tutorial. And let me just show you so you can see for your money. Look how big the panel is. Am I upside down? Yes. Ish. And is this, I love this kit. So many people have gone, oh, that's so, where'd you get that from? Well, I know loads of people have asked us about the bag. And I think the fact that it becomes the giraffe as he goes round, it's just my favourite. And I love a giraffe. Love a giraffe. They're great, aren't they? Right, that's the giraffe tote. Let's do the velvet totes, because I love these. So if you love the bees, how about the velvet tote? I think this is fabulous. So it's using our beautiful velvet. It's got a box bottom, front, back. You've got velvet straps. You have a cotton poplin spotty lining and with a zip pocket. And you get a little charm as well. So in your kit, which I'll find in a moment, yes. I just got to find it. I'm going to open this one. Right, so this is what it looks like, but the bee one I love because on one side, should I do it? One side it's gold, on the other side it's navy. But I think it looks really cool on the edges. And what we did as well is we did one navy handle and one gold. So it looks just lovely. And honestly, if you get these, they are so soft. It's a really nice shopping bag to have. Let me just show you what's in the kit. So again, open up your zip. And your kit will come like this. Now with this one, you get the zip that's for the pocket. You get the velvet panel that's the bag. And I'll open that out and show you. So you've got the whole velvet panel. That's the whole bag. And again, it's lovely to sew because it doesn't fray. You get a piece of, this is Rose and Hubble cotton poplin lining in navy with a navy spot. And you get full instructions. And it comes with a full tutorial. So all you will need for this is some sewing thread. Nothing else, because we put the zip in with it as well. Because then that's just for the pocket, but I think that's really lovely. It's just a really nice soft bag to have, and it just looks really luxurious. So that's the Busy Bees one. We do it in 2 other prints as well. So that's the bee one. The elephant one. So this is great. If you've got the pouch, if you've got the velvet pouch set, this is ideal because it goes with it. And we've got the weekender. So you have a whole matching set. Beautiful soft velvet on the front. You've got slightly different. You've got a pile of 3 elephants on the back and then the elephant print on the front. So again, 2 different handles. You've got the stripy handle on one side and the other one. And I quite like that. You get the little bag char. They're just to hang in, they're just decoration, but it's quite nice. And then you get on the inside, you get the zip for the pocket, and you get this turquoise spotty lining. So again, you get everything. And also, I forgot to say with the elephant one, I put a velvet facing on the inside because I think it's really nice that when you've got a velvet on the outside, to have that little facing, it just feels nice. So that's the elephant. And then this one, so because we did these for John's birthday, this is John's garden, because he loves hydrangeas and he has 2 cats. But I think this is just a really pretty bag because you've got like afternoon tea, maybe you put him a Victoria sandwich and cups of tea and the cats, and it's been designed a bit like an oil painting. So you've got those sort of brush strokes. Beautiful hydrangeas on the front and the back. I mean, it's just a lovely, and then on the back of the bag, you've just got a beautiful display of hydrangeas. So those for people who live in Brittany or use the right compost. Got blue hydrangeas. I love the blue hydrangea. And then on the inside, so in the kit, you will get the lilac spot lining and you will get the lilac zip. And there's the fabric, obviously, for the pocket as well. So you will get the lilac zip, the lilac spot lining, and all the velvet to make this beautiful hydrangea bag. And it is so soft. But it's the sort of thing, you know, that's £29.99. You go and buy this, a velvet shopper, it's going to cost you like £35, £40, isn't it? Right, we'll finish off the velvet with the weekenders. So this is the Busy Bee Weekender. Now this is the bag. I obviously designed these bags for me. So this is the bag I bring up to Sewing Street every week with all my clothes in, because I can get absolutely loads in it. And I've been using it now for, well, since we've done it, so over a year, absolutely perfect. So what you will get in the kit, you'll get all the velvet, obviously, for the outside. It's all been designed so that everything is placed in the right place. So the bee is designed there. The straps have got bees on, so they go exactly either side of it. The ends, which are circular, Amy's put the bees on in just the right place, so they're flying all together. You also get the bag shoulder strap, because I think when you have a bag, sometimes you want to clip the handles together so you can put it on your shoulder, and sometimes you want them apart, so that just clips on. That's on the panel. In the kit, you get a double slider zip that fits, because I think when you've got a bag this big, sometimes you just want to have it closed in the middle for security, or you could open it. So you get the double slider zip. You also get this gold. This is Rose and Hubble cotton poplin. You get gold, because I think it goes really nice with the bees, and you get a nether navy zip that's for the internal pocket. So for £47.99, you get all the velvet for the outside, you get the cotton poplin lining, you get 2 zips, and one of them that's a number 5 double slider, which means the teeth are 5mm wide, so they're a little bit stronger, and then a number 3, so they're 3mm wide, because that's all you need for a zip. So that's the B one. I'll show you one of the other kits. There we go. I love mine. It's so soft. And you can get absolutely loads in it. But it's your weekend away bag, isn't it? Now, we've also got the Weekender in Morris Makes. And this one, I will show you the kit for. So, let me show you around the bag first. So, on the front, you've got the Strawberry Thief. And you've got the Strawberry Thief on the ends and the back, and then you've got the matching willow bough from the handle. And I designed the handles so that they get sewn into the bottom seam, so that they're really strong. And I put a lot in mine, and it's very solid. You get, obviously, you get this double slider zip. You get the cotton poplin in this dark green, and you get the zip for the pocket. Let me show you what the kit looks like. It's a very packed kit, this one. So in the kit, you'll get, there's the short zip for the pocket, the 3mm. This is your double slider zip, because I like a double slider. And it's got proper ends, so they're not going to fall, it's not just cut, it won't fall off. There's your double slider. You get the velvet panel. So let me show you the panel. So you've got all the pieces. So things like you've got the zip tabs. There's the pieces, because it does. This one as well has the shoulder pad. So there's your shoulder pad outer lining. That's the outside of the bag. You've got the handles, and then there's the back of the bag, and then the ends. So you haven't got to have templates or get it wrong. They're printed, and what's great, because obviously the ends are circular, is that Amy's designed them so that you've got the print right in the centre, and then you've got these concentric circles going around it, so it fits beautifully. All the seam allowances on all of our kits are all included, so that you won't get any white fabric if you don't sew exactly. You cut around the outer edges, and then you sew it. So everything is included in there. So that is the Velvet Weekender, and you also get, in the kit as well, you'll get the cotton fabric piece that's needed for lining it, full instructions with the video tutorial. So that's that one. Let me just put those back in there. And then the final Weekender is the elephants. So I know lots of you have bought the Elephant Weekender with its matching elephant pouch, and then the elephant velvet bag as well. But actually, this is quite nice. I made one of these for Amy. I need to make her the pouches, don't I? So she can have the whole lot for the weekend. Oh, no, she's got the Morris Makes. This one I made for Vix for her birthday. So that's the Velvet Weekender. Again, you get everything you need for that. You get the double, all the velvet, you get the double slider zip in teal. The lining is this lovely turquoise spot, and you get the zip as well. So we bought to match the lining. So that's the elephant one. So if you fancy a weekend away, or makes a nice gift for somebody, it is very luxurious. Very luxurious. Right, what shall we do next? Shall we do the sewing block of the month, spools of thread? So this is our first block of the month we did, but when we did the block, this sewing block of the month, you could collect all of them to make the quilt, but you could also make a project with them. So it was a bit of a collect them to make the quilt or make the project. This one was the spools of thread. I'm just taking the bits outside. So what you make from here is you make, on the panel you will get the printed version of these spools of thread. You will also get the pieces to make a pieced version. I'll show you that in a moment. And you can choose what you put on the bag. So there you go, that's the panel for making the bag. It says keeping it real on it as well. There we go. And it's got it's fully lined. You'll need extra fabric for the lining. And you also get the pieces to make this little holder, which is perfect for putting in a little pair of stalk scissors, a reel of thread, and a few needles. So it makes a really nice little sewing kit to keep in your handbag. This is the panel that you get. So if you want to make, so you've got the printed version here. You will need obviously to provide your own fabric to make the rest of the bag. We've used one of our fatter quarters that you can get, but you get all the pieces to make the reels like this, so they're actually pieced, and you get the needles to applique onto them. So you can choose whether you use the printed version for your bag or whether you make it like a proper, trying to find the picture, like a proper block. You also get the pieces to make the little spool holder as well. So it's actually quite good value, $14.99, because that was the original price of it. You can, you know, you think you can make the bag, you've got the pieces to make the pieced thread spools like this and to make that as well. And you've got all, in the instructions, it explains exactly how to do the piecing, how to make the spool case, and how to make the bag as well. So it's all, this is called the Store It Tote. It's all in there for just $14.99. Right, you have those. The sling bag set, we've only got one of these colourways left. I love this. Well, I designed this especially because my mum's got one of these, my daughter's got one of these, and I thought, everyone has them, don't they? Particularly in the summer. I think they're cool, and this is one of our kits that we've had printed onto a Panama cotton canvas. So you know the sling bag, everyone has them, don't they? You just put it over your shoulder. They're like mini TARDISes. You can get everything in them. They've got slide buckles on them. They're that really nice shape. And what I love about them is that they've got a nice gusset. I put a bit of a pleat in it so you can get loads in. And you get everything in the kit to make this. So what you'll get in the kit, oh, obviously it's got a matching purse. You get the canvas fabric to make the outside. So you've got lemons on the front. You've got this lovely blue geometric on the gusset and lemons on the back. You get the zip that goes across the top. You get the two rectangle rings, and you get the slider, and you also get the zip that goes in the matching purse, and then you get this is beautiful Rose and Hubble poplin again, this beautiful ticking stripe. So I've put a pocket on the inside of mine, because you need a pocket on your sling bag, don't you? You also need a matching purse, and I did it as an open wide zip so you can get right inside it, and in the kit you get everything to make that. I'm going to find the kit. Must be here somewhere. We did have it in another two colourways, but this is the only one left, which I don't know why. This is my favourite one. There we go. I love this. I mean, it's brilliant for holidays, isn't it? Because I took mine on I've got the jungle, and I took mine on holiday. And, you know, when I'm out for the day, I can get my phone, my glasses, my money. I've got the pockets inside and get everything. I can put my foreign currency in there easy. It's just easy to, you know, to sling over your shoulder. You can put it over your shoulder like that, or if you lengthen the slide buckle, you can wear it as like a crossbody. And you can just then, when I'm like in a cafe or something, I can just hang it on the chair. It's just not too bulky, is it? And I think this, the lemons with the blue and white are so popular. Let me show you what you get in the kit. So again, it will come in this box. And it comes in tissue paper as well, obviously. There we go. So what you'll get is you will get the zip that goes across the top of the bag, and that's a number 5 mil because it needs to be a bit stronger. You'll get the number 3 mil, and that's the zip that goes across the purse. You get a little envelope, and that has got, I won't open this one, but it's got 2 of these rectangle rings and the slide buckle all in there. You get the canvas, and this is a beautiful Panama cotton canvas. So it's just the right weight for this, with all of the pieces all printed to size. So you've got the front outer, the back outer, the bag strap. It took me ages to work this pattern out. I got one, I worked it out, I took it apart, put it back together, decided that was a rubbish way of doing it, because I wanted to do mine so that you don't have any bound seams. I'll show you on the end when you turn it round. Sometimes I work out how to do it. Sometimes I just have to, I just buy one and work out how they've done it. But then the one that I bought, it all had seams bound, and I thought that was really messy. So I worked out how to do it so that it's really just as neat inside as it is outside, because when you do that, it makes it quite bulky. And also, I put a pocket in mine. So there you've got the bag end out. As the way to do that means that everything is kept inside. And then you get the lining, and this is a beautiful cotton ticking that's used for the lining. And you don't have any templates because the pattern pieces on here, the shapes, you use that, pin that onto here, and that's what cuts your lining out. Full instructions, obviously, and with nearly all our kits, full video tutorial about exactly how to make it. Right. Right, the mini velvet backpack. Just where did I put? Oh, yeah. This is now, not this one because I made myself another one. This is now my handbag all the time, and I love it. And it was something I wanted to design anyway for myself. And then I made an extra one of these, and I use this all the time as my handbag. So, you know, when you've got a handbag and you use it over several weeks, you then get used to actually what's the great thing about it and how it fulfills. But it's brilliant because it has beautiful Wi-Fi. I mean, again, it's our gorgeous velvet. I love the fact it's got the handles, so when I'm just popping into a shop and I just want to hold it or I want to pick it up out of the car, it's got the handles. It then has these long straps, and so most of the time, because I just want to put it over my shoulder, I shorten the straps like this, and then I can just sling just one of them over my shoulder. But then if I'm going somewhere I need my hands free, I can lengthen them and I can use it as a backpack, which is fab. So it has a double slider zip, not a double slider zip, number 5, so it's nice and strong, that it goes all the way across. It has this lovely cotton poplin spot lining. It has a zip pocket, and you get the zip for that, and the lining in there. You also get, obviously, wouldn't be one of our kits without a matching purse, a mini version. And this is brilliant because when I go on holiday, I can put my other currency in it, but I just use it to keep my cards in. Your other currency, you know, when you go abroad and you have other currency. And it has the pieces for the lining, but it's just really nice to have that as the little purse, and then that just stays in there with a little curved bottom so that it fits in. but it's just the cutest little rucksack. Oh, it comes with a little charm if you want to put that on. It's really nice to make because it's quite small, so it doesn't take too long. I mean, I've gone through the whole making process in the tutorial. Let me show you the kit. This comes in 3 colourways, so I'll show you what you get in the kit for this one. We haven't got as many left of that one. Maybe I won't open that one. We've only got 7 of that one left. I will show you one of the others instead, kits. Don't want to, because the kit's all the same. Right, the next one, we did it in the folk art patch because we know you loved this print. Beautiful. So again, you've got the handles and you've got the straps. It comes with the purple double slider zip, purple cotton lining, and it also comes with the teal zip, so in a different colour across the top of here. So you get 3 zips. You get the double slider zip that goes across the top, you get the zip for the purse, and you get the zip for the pocket. And the zip for the pocket and the purse are the same, so you can choose which colour round you put them. But it's amazing value for money when you think that's $32.99. So I'll show you this one, show you what the kit looks like. This is what the kit looks like. So you get the 3 zips. So this is when you think of what these cost, we've managed to get this at a really good price. So you've got this long purple double slider. You've got the 3mm zips in purple and teal. So you can choose which one you put for this purse. You get the, in the little envelope, you get 2 sliders, 2 slide buckle adjusters, and 2 rectangle rings. They come in the thing. And then you get the velvet panel that's printed with all of the pieces you need. And it's all printed exactly to size, so you don't need any templates. You've got the straps, you've got the handles, the front, the back, the gussets, you've got the zip pieces, you've got the zip tabs, everything that you need is on there. And you also get the purple spot lining that's used for, and you use the pieces from here to go into the, to use as templates to cut the lining, and then you get full instructions, nice big set of instructions. I've gone through it in a lot of detail, and the full video tutorial as well. Everything that you need is in that kit. And then it's also in Morris Makes as well, which is here. So this is the other colourway. Beautiful. So it features the strawberry thief on the front and the back. The matching handles are printed in the willow bough print. It's got handles. It's even got this little handle strap, because sometimes when you're holding it, you want the handles to be clipped together. So I put a little strap to clip them together, and you can sew that to the handles as well. That means they stay together. But then when you want to separate them, you just do this. It's got the double slider zip, nice green spot lining, obviously matching purse, and you get a gold zip and a navy zip with this one, so you can choose which one goes where, because it picks up the gold in the birds. So it's a shoulder bag, it's a backpack, and it's got handles as well, and that's the Morris Makes one. Beautiful velvet. What should we do next? The shapely shoulder. Right. Okay. Right, only on single figures of this one, the shapely shoulder bag. So this bag features Monet's water lilies. It's shapely because it's curved, and it's got little bottom darts, which gives it that really nice curved shape. It has a magnetic clasp in, but with this bag, I decided that I've given you 2 sets of instructions. So when you get to the point of doing the top, you can decide whether you put a magnetic clasp. If you'd rather put a zip across the top of your bag, I explain how to do that. And in the instructions, it will tell you, right, at this stage, you need to choose. So this is it says it in here. I'm trying to show you. This one here, the haberdashery version has got the zip in it. So it tells you at the point where you need to decide whether you're going to have a zip closure or a magnetic snap. Because some people want the zip, some people don't want to do it, but you can choose. It has a beautiful matching lining, and then you've got the Monet's bridge going across the front and the back. So the instructions explain exactly how to do both, the whole thing. And then this is the panel, which contains everything you need. So the front and the back are already cut, all printed, so that you just cut round this, you make the bag darts. It's got an inside pocket, so the inside pocket front, inside pocket back, you've got the bag straps. It's also got an outside pocket, so you've got the pocket in here, and you can choose whether you have it on the outside or the inside. So bag inside, pocket front and bag back. So there's enough pieces to put a pocket on the inside and the outside, or no pockets at all. Entirely up to you. Even the lining is beautifully matching, and there are all the little pieces as well. Where is it? To make a baby one. So you've got this baby. Look at how cute this is on the panel, and you just hang that on the zip or around the handle of your bag. And you've just got like a mini bag charm. So there's the pieces for that. It's quite cute. You can put like your pound coin in to put in the trolley. £19.99 for that. All the pieces you need. So you make the whole bag, the shoulder bag, you make the matching zip pocket, and you make the little bag charm as well. Right, there's loads of other kits which we haven't had time to go through, but they are all on sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live, and if you scroll down, you'll see them all on there. If you've got any questions about them, do let me know. We're going to go for a quick break. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time, and we are going to do quilting tools. And we've got some amazing ones, like really little useful things, bigger things, unusual things, but you'll love it. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Don't forget, if you've been missold PPE insurance, then call this number on... Oh, hi! I was just in my other day job. Bex, I've got a present for you. I did some manager specials today, and I did a special deal on some H640. Just to let you know, you can do the same deal today. Woohoo! Anyway, then don't forget to call this number, 0800...
Welcome to my quilting shop. Like when I say mine, I feel like I've got a quilting shop because I've got all sorts of lovely things. If I was in a little haberdashery, I'd be quite excited by all of this. I'd be like, oh, that's, oh, lovely. I'm going to start with fabulous, amazing price, bias binding. How lovely is this? Now, look at that price, £2.99 for 2.5 meters. And it's so cute, isn't it? So what size is it? 20 mil, 2 centimetres. So that means, it's very confusing, bias binding. When they give you the measurement, that's the single folded, okay? Mostly, so which you can use because you might be sewing it to cover a seam or decorative or something, you'll be sewing it there. That measurement is the single folded. Mostly you will be using it as a double folded, and it will be like that, which will make it 1 centimetre, which is 3/8 of an inch. So whenever you see bias binding, normally, I can't say every single time, the measurement is the single folded, but if you're using it double folded like this, okay, so that's 3/8 of an inch, 1 centimetre. Now, £2.99 for a 2.5 metre piece, and this red spot, it's fresh, isn't it? It's summer, it's picnic, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Now, it comes as a 2.5 metre piece, so if you buy more than that, it will come as individual pieces. But you know what? It doesn't matter. If you want to bind your whole quilt with this, or you want loads of it, just join it together. But when you join it, do it on the diagonal. So place that piece like that. I'll get another colour and show you. Obviously, you won't be doing this because you have the same colour. Although you could join all three, and then you'd have like a scrappy binding. So iron that bit flat, put the end of the other one and iron it flat, and then sew diagonally from here to here, and then trim the seam allowance, and it will look like that. Then you can just press it over again, and then you've joined it diagonally. So if you want more than 2.5 metres, oh, is it about to sell out? Wow, about to sell out. But we do have other colours. So that's the glorious picnic red. Now, different, right, so these are the same, but different. So these are 1 metre pieces, but they will all come as 1 metre, but you can join them. So this one is pink, quite a lovely pomegranate pink. £1.99 for a metre. Again, 2 centimetres for the single fold, 1 centimetre for the double fold. That's the pink. Now, if you want the turquoise, I have the turquoise, but I'm just thinking if you wanted several colours, yeah, the turquoise, we've only got 7 left. But wouldn't they look nice together? Joined. Only 7 of those left. What a great price. Well, that's why I thought we'd stop. But you lot have obviously been shopping ahead, which I don't blame you, really. But aren't they great prices? So the red is a 2.5 metre piece, the pink, the fuchsia and the blue. But you can see all of that in the product details. What do we do next? Bobbin winder. I always want to sing, wind the bobbin up, pull, pull, clap, clap, clap. Oh, gives me palpitations about toddler groups, that does. I used to sing it all the time, by the point at which your children sort of lost the plot and eaten too many biscuits. Do you remember those days? Right, the bobbin winder is brilliant because it comes all folded up in this little plastic case. Basically, it's for winding the bobbins. So rather than using your sewing machine to wind them, you can wind them on here. It does mean that when you want to wind a bobbin, you haven't got to unthread your sewing machine to thread the bobbin on. You can do them on here. It also means if you've got some new threads or you've run out of threads, you can wind the bobbins up while you just sit watching the TV in the evening, or you can set it up and just leave it to go. It does wind bobbins nice and tightly, and I know some people say that with their sewing machines, the bobbins, because if the bobbin isn't wound tightly, sometimes if you haven't, I know I've done it before, if you haven't threaded it up all in the correct way, then the bobbin thread can be a bit loose. I always push my finger into the thread. If my nail goes in too much, it's loose, you get sort of skip stitches. So make sure it's nice and tight. And that's the good thing about the bobbin wind, is it'll wind it up nice and tightly. Ooh, special price? No. £19.99? That's like half price. Instead of £37.99. That's amazing. Right, we have got 8 of these left at the special price of £19.99. Oh, should we see how it works? Anyway, it all comes in a box, and the whole thing comes in there. We've set it all up to save some time, but it all folds down and goes in this little suitcase. So you put your thread on, you wind it up around there, you wind around the bobbin, and then you press the on. And look at that! And Levi did this for me specially. So if I now press off, and then I'm going to do the test. Oh, yes. Nice and tight. this is how we get our bobbins wound up from the machines. We have to keep, right, 5 left, 5 left. So you can just get all these, so if you get, we should have put those on the show. You know the little bobbin clips that you can put at the top of the reel of thread and then you can put your bobbin on there. If you get some of, look, how did it know? That's amazing. Oh, it's got a sensor. Clever, isn't it? It's got a laser. It's USB chargeable. It comes with the cable for the USB charger, but it also comes with battery, so it's entirely up to you how you do it. It winds your bobbin up nice and tightly. Then you can keep your other spare bobbins on there. 3 left at this special price, 99. I've got loads in baskets, so best of luck. 16 in baskets, 2 left. Ian's deals. Well, thank you so much, Ian, for doing the special deal and letting me have it today. Bonus, because he knows. So at this price, so we worked out that if you bought RH640 by the half metre, it's £5.99. So at £8.99, you're saving £3, which is quite a lot, isn't it, for a metre? I would buy at least 10 metres of this. I get through loads. It's thick enough to give body. It's light enough to not give too much body. You can fuse it on one side. It's fusible on one side so that you can actually fuse it onto your fabric. It's tightly, closely needled enough so that you don't have to put a backing fabric behind it when you come to quilt it, which sometimes is useful if you're doing a bag with lining. Do follow the manufacturer's instructions. I've learned that recently. Because I used to fiddle about with these things, and then the other day I was using, what was I using? Decaville, and I thought, oh, I wonder how long. And I actually followed. I watched this. There's a YouTube that Celine do that tells you how you're supposed to do it. It actually says on here 15 seconds and a panneau humide, which means a damp cloth. Oh, look, it says it in English there. I thought, oh, that's me. I'm really clever. I knew what that meant. And honestly. If you follow the manufacturer's instructions, it sticks so much better. Because Celine have little YouTubes on their website about exactly how to do all of these things. And if you use their tutorial and do it with exactly how it says, honestly, it sticks so much better. So rather than being impatient like I am, stick it on properly. But if you buy this, you will know it's fabulous. If you even make little zip purses, a little bit of H640, which basically is a fusible wadding, will give it a bit more body, a bit of squishiness and protection. If you're making a little slip pocket in a bag, put wadding in it, it'll protect whatever you're using. And at that price, £8.99. On the website, it's normally £9.99. So but this is £1 cheaper. But this, if you bought it by the half metre, this is £3 cheaper. So at this price, and that's a direct comparison with our own website. It's quite funny, isn't it? So get this while you can, because this is a special deal. It's the last day of Ian's special deals, which he was very kind to let me have, actually. Very, very kind of him. So do get this, because I think it's great. And it's lovely, isn't it? You know, if you've got 10 metres of it, just don't run out for days. Right, I'm going to do tape measures next, because these are something that I asked Sewing Street to buy. Oh, I've even got a sample one. So I asked Sewing Street to buy these because I like to have a 3 metre and a 1.5 metres. Now, the 1.5 metres is really useful for just your little bits of bag making and things like that. I've got the 3 metre, because the 3 metres, sometimes you need to measure more than that. I used to use it a lot with curtain making, but even now, if you're measuring a really long piece of fabric, I want the retractable. I get through quite a lot of tape measures because I seem to melt mine or cut them. So I'm quite fussy about how they work and how the retractable thing works. And this is my favourite, not just saying that. But the retractable is really nice. Now, it comes with centimetres and inches on one side and just centimetres on the other. And it's the whole 3 metres long. So, you know, when you want to measure something, if you're measuring more than 150, you've got to stop and start. This is great. I even made a cover for my tape measure. So I have a cover for my 3 metre and a cover. I mean, it's only £3.99 to be fair, but it's a great £3.99. I've got another one that's a different brand. Very disappointed. I'm not going to say what it is, although I don't think we sell it. Very disappointed with it because it stopped retracting. I now have to put a fabric clip there to hold it in place. So I need to get one of these. Anyway, if particularly dressmaking, curtain making, or if you're measuring a long piece, it's great to have that. We've also got, right, there's only 15 of these left. They're $3.99, and honestly, it's something that I've been using for a really long time. They're great. They're just great. Just have a 3-metre one and make a little cover for it because they're just so nice. You can put your name on them then. Now, if you want the matching 1.5 meters, because I do have both, to be fair. Don't know why. Oh, I know. I have a 1.5 meters for just smaller things. But actually, the 1.5 meters I keep in with my knitting and my crochet. I've never knitted more than 1.5 meters to need to measure it. And that's $2.99. But do you know what? Matching set. And do make a cover for both of them. If you haven't got instructions for one, message me because I've got some somewhere and I'll show you how to make them. That is, I won't take that one out. It's just, have we got a spare one of these? Of these? Oh, we'll just open it. Got to see what it looks like. So, ooh, see now, that's a good noise. You'd get your, for the cheaper, what I was saying, for the less expensive ones, they don't quite have that gearage sound, do they? See? Anyway, we've got centimetres on one side in yellow, and we have inches on the other side. No, centimetres in white. God, dear, I'm really losing it today. And inches in orange. There we go. And they match. But they are great. They are great. And I am very picky about things like that. Because it's a tape measure is what we use every day, isn't it? We need tape measures. They've got to be decent quality. So get yourself a matching set. And I need to get myself one of these because I'm very frustrated. I try and, because I use a lot of different brands of things, just so because it's quite useful for me to try them out when we're selling on here, so I can see what I like and what I don't like. So, oh, and we've also got a really cool little set. This is cool. The 4-piece measuring tape. So you've got 150 set. No way, $3.99. That's good, isn't it? Per thing. So you've got 150 centimetre retractable. No way. You've got then 3 measuring tapes of different widths. And do you know what you can do with this? Is what I did when I moved house. Is I got one of these tape measures and I put double-sided tape on the back of it, and then I stuck it on the wall so that, you know, when you like measure people. Well, I used to start off by measuring the children, then I'd write on the wall what they were, but I didn't need to measure because I had the tape. And then all the adults as well, and I've still got them all there. So if you've got one of those walls that you measure people on, and honestly, even adults like being measured, I've discovered. I've got everybody on that wall. Just stick one of these on the wall with double-sided tape. And honestly, that must be 15 years ago, and it's still there, so it obviously worked well. So 4-piece measuring tape, $2.99. Can't go wrong, really, can you? That's a great price. Right, how many have we got left? Oh, they're flying out. $2.99. And actually, do you know what I did? Because I wanted inches and centimetres, I bought 2 tapes, and I stuck one on one way and one on the other way, because some people wanted to, but I am amazed. I did cut the metal bit off the bottom, but at that price, you can stick them on. It just looks really cool. And I know, and sadly, I have not grown in the last 15 years, and everybody else has. This is really mean, isn't it? But what makes me laugh is you should do it, because you'll get a lot of adults, particularly men, go, no, I'm not that height. No, I'm not 5'9". I'm 5'9.5". And you think, oh, flipping it. Then I think you'll find my tape measure's right, because I put it on the wall. It's like, whether you're 5'9" or 5'9.5", there's not a difference, is there, really? Oh, let's do this, because this is great. This is a great, I love this. This is brilliant. So I lost my favourite seam ripper, and I've lost it for months, and I found it in the cupboard here inside one of my bags. Amazing. But it's similar to this, but this one's better. So what I love about these seam rippers, okay, is that you've got the seam ripper and then that rubbery bit, you know when you unzip and then you get all the little bits of thread, if you rub the fabric, it picks up all the bits of thread and it sort of pulls them out of the fabric. So even if you've just cut a seam, even without a seam ripper and you've done it with scissors, the rubbery bit will pick up all the thread. But, this is genius, it's not just one, it's two. So you've got a big one. So if you are sewing like on thicker fabrics or you've got longer stitches, maybe like denim, you need the much bigger one. But if you've got finer fabric and smaller stitches, you need the little one. But there's a rubber on both ends. Not only that, it's £6.99. Oh, and it even says, doesn't it? Because it's going to take you years to work out that, remember. It's got a big arrow for the big one and a little arrow for the little one. Hey, £6.99. That is really good, isn't it? But it does make a difference. It does make a difference having the rubbery bit because you can rub. It just sort of you rub it like that and it picks up the threads. And mine, which I'd lost for a very long time, only had one. Only one. Never had one with two. That's brilliant though. Also, when you know the one that comes with your sewing machine, which is fine. It's got a really inadequate handle, hasn't it? They're always like really small handles, and you need when you're undoing a lot of stitches, you need the big handle to hold on to. There's only 30 of those left though. Limited. They are limited. I think this is fab. That's one of my best things. Let's do the John James Needle Bundle. What's in the John James Needle Bundle? In the John James Needle Bundle are 5 universal sewing machine needles, which are sizes 11 to 16. We've then got 5 universal sewing machine needles, which are 9 to 14. And we've got 3 leather pointed needles, which are 14 to 16. Remember, leather are for leather, suede, got to be natural. Do not use them on anything plastic like oilcloths or vinyls or PU because it will rip them. They have triangular shaped points and they're used for piercing leather. And you've got a twin needle, which is a size 90. There we go. Is that right? There we go. So that's the twin needle. Now we're going to do a little bonus. So basically you've got 2 packets of universal and leather and a twin. £6.46. That is a great price because the twin needles, I know, normally cost about £4 or £5 on their own. So your 11s to 16s are heavyweight. 9 to 14, that's going to pretty much cover all of what you need there, isn't it? And then you've got the leather ones, and you've got the twin needle. If you've never used a twin needle, it's brilliant. Nearly every machine will allow you to use a twin needle. If you've not used it, just check your sewing machine manual. Basically, you need 2 spool holders, but some sewing machines, you can actually use the bobbin winding spool holder, you can use them for it. Some of them, the threads travel through different paths. Sometimes, because you use 2 threads, which can be the same colour or different. And when you sew with it, you're sewing 2 parallel lines, which are perfectly parallel. Sometimes you use the same thread route through all the bits of your machine. Sometimes it has different thread routes, but just read your manual. Nearly every machine can. And if you've got this in the bundle, then you've got your twin needle, and you'll do it. So maybe you're just top stitching around the top of a bag. Use your twin needle. It looks so lovely. Rather than saying, oh, do 2 rows of machine stitching. Even if you're just hemming something, a lovely, it is really the only way you're going to get that perfect parallel. You can get triple needles as well, but I've never tried one of those. So you can get 3 lines, but I've not tried any of those. Shall we do the sew pen? No, the glue pen. The sew pen, the sew line glue pen. The sew line glue pen, these are one of my favourite things as well. Since, what did I use them for the other day? Something amazing. Oh, I know, I was sewing bag straps onto a thick fabric, and it was really hard pinning them into place. And then I thought, oh, I wonder what happens if I glue them. Amazing. And I use these for all sorts. I use it obviously for EPP and FPP, but I also use glue pens for sewing on buttons, for putting zips in. Never thought about bag handles, genius. Anyway, the Sewline fabric glue pen comes with a glue stick inside it. Oh, no, I'm back again. Comes with a glue stick inside, and also comes with an extra charger. God, dear, I've been talking for too long. It comes with an extra cartridge too, so you get 2 on here. So this is developed for sewing. You can machine sew it through it. You can hand sew through it. It won't mess up your needles or gum it up. It dries clear. Doesn't matter what colour the glue stick pen is. It will dry clear. If you don't want to use a pin, maybe you're using PU or vinyl or something like that you don't want to pierce with a pin, use glue. Brilliant, just for sewing on a press fastener on a button, because you can hold it in place. It's brilliant. Now, once you get into it, particularly if you do EPP, once you realise how wonderful this is, you know when you're sewing a zip in, if you can glue the zip in before you do it, the pin distorts the zip a little bit. This is fab. But once you get into it, you will use a lot of glue sticks. So we do have a refill pack. So £6.99 for the pen, which comes with 1 glue stick and a refill, so you get 2. And then the refill pack, if you're getting the glue pen, get yourself a refill pack as well. If you've already got a glue pen, you probably won't need one of these. £7.99, and obviously you do keep the pen because the refills go in the pen. So £7.99, you get 6. 2 pink, 2 blue and 2 yellow. And although they dry clear, I think the reason they do them different colours is that if you're using lighter or darker fabrics and you want to be able to see where the glue is when you put it on, then that's why they give you different colours. But it does dry clear. And honestly, you can run it through the machine, no problem. But it does really help with accuracy. Like I was saying, like rather than if you're pinning something and it's quite hard, maybe you're using like a bozal or a wadding and it's quite hard to pin through, glue it on. It's temporary. I mean, this isn't like, you know, super, super strong. It's temporary to use instead of pins, but it is brilliant. What ruler did you want me to do? Oh, yes. Yes, I'd forgot these. So I own 2 rulers. Well, no, I don't now. I own 4. For a very long time, I've owned two rulers. One that's for cutting the full width of fabric, so it's 8.5 by 24.5. And I own a little 6.5-inch square. And the other day, I'm on here so often seeing all these rulers, I thought, I'm going to buy myself a new ruler because one's too big and sometimes the other one's too small. And I couldn't decide between these 2, and I bought them both. And I use them both, so they must be great, mustn't they? So the first one is 12.5 by 6.5. And this is a brilliant ruler. The reason I bought this is sometimes with my little 6.5-inch square, which is brilliant for small things, sometimes I need it just a little bit longer. I often use that ruler as well for drawing lines, particularly across the centre of squares when I'm doing half square triangles. And this is just a bit longer to get along the lines. It's a brilliant ruler. And honestly, I even used to have like just my one little ruler, and now I have all of them. I've now got 4. Absolutely brilliant. But it's just because it's the 6.5, you can just cut things a little bit bigger. But that extra length means I've been using them a lot for cutting patchwork pieces. But it is a great ruler. £19.99. Love it. Absolutely love it. Then the other ruler, which is just, I was really surprised when I saw both of these in today. I thought, these are my 2 new rulers. This is the 3.5 by 12.5. Again, this is a great ruler for just drawing lines because you've got that nice 12.5-inch length. But also, because it's small enough, if you're using too wide a ruler and you want to be just drawing like 1/4-inch seam allowances on, it's great for that. But again, I mean, it depends what you do, doesn't it? But I think for general piecing work, which I seem to be doing a lot of at the moment, this is a brilliant ruler because it's just stuff. You want your ruler to be big enough to be able to draw the lines and cut everything, but as small as it can be otherwise, because otherwise it's just too bulky. And sometimes this is just the right ruler, but in different rulers, different jobs. But I am loving my 2 new rulers, which are these. And 3.5 by 12.5, or 6.5 by 12.5, or just get both. I decided in the end I couldn't decide. Yeah. The 6.5, this one. So the 6.5 by 12.5 is on 3-way split pay. I didn't put this one in. This can't be blamed on me. Because we did split pay on the Creative Grids rulers a few weeks ago, but I thought we weren't doing that anymore. Okay, that one's on 3-way split pay. Get it now while you can. Microtex needles, yes. Anyway, if you don't get both, just get one, but they are, I love them. Microtex needles, these are my favourites, yes. So I'm looking at, not that you'll notice that it's really hard to tell the difference, but these are the Microtex needles. 100 of, look, box of 100. Microtex needles, they are absolutely brilliant for quilting weight cotton. They're really good for using on quilting weight cotton, particularly lighter weight fabric. So I use them all the time because I tend to use that sort of fabric. Really good for lighter weight fabrics like lawns, silks, satins. They are sharp. So universal needles are not sharp and they're not blunt. They're sort of somewhere in between. That's why they're called universal. The Microtex are super sharp and they're quite strong as well. And these are size 70, which is about the perfect size for sewing on normal regular fabric. So you need something a bit thicker for jeans, although to be honest, I don't often change mine, so I use it for denim. But you should have something a bit thicker for that. And if you were using like a really lightweight voile, I would go down to a 60. But a 70 is like the perfect needle for patchwork quilting. And I've used that for years, that size. So I said to Barry, please can we buy these? And I saw they did boxes of 100, so we did. Now, I know you might think $49.99 is a big investment for needles, but it's so much less expensive, cheaper. It's cheaper. It is much more affordable and more affordable than buying Microtex in packs of 5. So, oh, I just lost my microphone. What have I done? Sorry. Three, two, one. I'm back in the room. Back in the room. So have a look and see what the price for these. I think this works out as 50p, well 49.9p. If you buy them in packs of 5, they work out about 70-80 pence. So this means it's a no-brainer. You save money, and it means that you've always got a spare needle, because actually the worst thing you can do for your machine, well, other than drop it in water, one of the worst things you can do for your machine is not change the needle as often as you should, or put a really low-quality needle in. If you do, it can mess up. I mean, there are different makes, but if you use a really low-quality one or a slightly bent one, it can mess up the workings of the machine. So by having proper, decent Schmetz quality needles, and lots of them, you'll always have them to hand. Now, if you prefer to use a universal needle, and I know a lot of dressmakers do, because they're working with all sorts of fabrics, because you can use a universal needle for woven fabrics as well as stretch fabrics. Not super stretch, slight stretch fabrics, because they have a very, very slightly rounded point. Now, these, again, size 70, because that's a really good sort of middle-of-the-road size, $39.99. Now, the reason that these are less expensive than the Microtex is purely due to volume, not due to quality or anything else, but as with all needle manufacturers, they make more universal than anything else, and therefore economies of scale, they are a lot cheaper. But 30, that's like 40 pence a needle. Again, if you buy them in a pack of 10, they can be sort of 60, 70 pence a needle. So by having a box of 100, you're going to save money, and it's just a peace of mind knowing I'm going to be so sad when I've got through my box. I feel like it will go on forever. But it's just so nice having that big supply of needles. And it's like a nice little box. It's more than a matchbox. It will just fit in the tool section of your sewing machine, which is lovely. But they're great needles, aren't they? Love them. What should we do next? Green. Green pins. Magic pins. This is a bit of like a... You know, when you have like a luxury buy, so you don't need, you don't need to spend a lot of money on pins, but when you do, you know what great quality they are. I've sort of been converted to them because I used to think, well, pins are pins, aren't they? Well, they're not. You know what it's like when you've got a pin that isn't very sharp and you can't get it through the fabric. Not only are these lovely and sharp, but they've also got, can you see here, that they've got like these plasticky ends, which, by the way, you can iron over without melting. But they're, oh, heat resistant is the word, but you can iron over without melting. They come in their own coffin-shaped case. And so it means you can hold on to them. So for dexterity issues, they're much easier to get in your fabric. Also, they're easier to see when you drop them all over the carpet and you need to go and pick them up. But we've got 3 different sorts here. Oh, we've only got 2. We've only got 2. We do sell. Oh, we have got 3. Oh dear. We've got 3 different sorts. So different ones for different things. So these are the fine one. They say that they're used for patchwork. So they are 0.5 mil thick and 36 mil long. Now, if you want the, so that's the fine. These are applique pins. They're just as thick as those or just as thin as those, but they're shorter. So the reason for that is, you know, if you're doing applique, you're often pinning on tiny little pieces, and if the pins are too long, they all get caught round each other. And also, when you're hand sewing, your thread gets caught round them, and that particularly happens, you know, when you're hemming something really fine. If you're hemming like cotton fabric or something really fine, if your pins are too long, then your thread gets caught all round them. But with these short pins, they're brilliant. So they're the same thickness as the fine pins, but they're shorter, so they're perfect for applique. And what's great is these have yellow ends, and the patchwork ones have green ends, so they're easy to distinguish. Then we have the pink pins, the extra long pins. Now, these are a little bit thicker, so they're 0.6 mil, and they're 56 mil long. I use these a lot as marking pins. So when I need to remember, I mean, they're great for quilting. So if you want to hold many layers, so if you pin your quilt together rather than tack it or spray baste it, they're brilliant for that. But if you need to mark a point, so you need to remember like a turning gap to leave unstitched, because they've got these really long pink ends on them, they're easy to see, and then you don't sew into them, because sometimes you mark the gap and then you forget or you miss it. So I use them for that. But they are, all of these pins, they're strong, they're sharp, they're easy to see. And although I know it's like a bit of a considered purchase, because you can buy other pins less expensive, once you've got these pins, you won't go back. They are great, and they come in very nice little boxes as well. Peg, I saw these earlier. These are the cutest things. These are so cute. Brilliant. So natural wooden pegs, they can be used for like decorations. So if you've made like a little fabric advent calendar, you can have a string and you can hang these up with the little pegs, which is so cute. But they're also really useful if you need to clip things together, or you EPP, or you need to put labels on things, or you just want to, maybe you've got like, say like you've got like bias binding, and you wrap it all together, or ribbon. I used to pin mine together, stop it coming off, and then I'd stab myself every time it came out of the box. Wooden pegs, and they look really cute as well, don't they? But they're really useful for clipping all sorts of things together. I think they're great. But they do look really cute if you hang up things on them. So I have hanging above my my fireplace little woolen jumpers that I knitted, baby ones like that big. And I've experimented with different sorts of pegs and pegging, and this, I'd say, is the best one. Because I've tried all different sorts, and these are really good, because I tried those plastic ones, and it looked a bit rubbish, but these little cute wooden ones are really sweet. Anyway, look at that, £2.20. £2.20 for 45. I think they're great. Right. Oh, 505. Do you know, oh, I need a big one. I've only got a small one. Well, we used to do double packs of the small ones. I didn't think you could do big ones. Are we doing the big one? So the best thing about this is is you don't have to tack and you don't have to pin. And actually, what was I doing the other day that, oh, I know, it's made for quilting. So when you need to layer a quilt and you've got wadding and fabric, you spray the wadding, you layer the fabric on top, that's for the backing, and then you turn it over and do the top and put the top fabric. Remember to follow the instructions because you need to shake it quite a lot and spray it from a distance and also protect the surface. Although, who was I with the other, someone I was with the other day, and they'd said they spray the top, they spray the fabric and not the wadding. And I thought it was very strict, but obviously you can just do whatever you like. I know, I was doing something the other day and I was appliquing and I needed 2 layers of fabric because you could see through one fabric on the other. And I didn't want to pin them together, so I spray basted 2 fabrics together. Worked an absolute treat. Don't know whether that's what you're supposed to use it, but when you're doing a quilt, you'll get through quite a lot of this. So this big one at £13.99, I would get that. We've only got 10 of those left, so I'd get that one while you can. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. What a lovely day. Now, tomorrow we have a very special presenter. Debbie Shaw is back. Debbie Shaw, not just 1 hour as a guest. Oh, no, 5 hours. She's presenting as a special guest for us. She is presenting the whole day. We love Debbie Shaw. You're going to have the joy of the whole day of Debbie Shaw tomorrow. Susie Duncan will be with her at 8 o'clock for the Liberty London bouquet launch. Oh, nice. 9 o'clock, it's all the June Taylor products and sashing. Susie will be back with her at 10 from the Liberty London bouquet launch again. So maybe it's the fabric in the first hour and a project in the second. Then at 11 and 12, Jo Venison will be here with Storage for Crafts. Oh, she's the one who has the amazing sewing wardrobes with sewing tables and everything that you can store with them. Fabulous. So, whole day of Debbie Shaw. Thank you so much, Debbie, for helping us out and doing the whole day. It's really nice to have a special guest presenter. I will see you back here next week. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon and happy sewing.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry.